what's around us. How deep my mind gets, I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission, my whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission, my whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', you know ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets, I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission, my whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission, my whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', you know ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets, I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission, my whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How I get my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Top business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How I get my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. You know ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm Day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. You know ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm Day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe.
That Shelby is a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast.
Welcome back, everyone. It's the final day of the week here for the PMCL Summer 2025, and I am super stoked because we're going to be looking for our first batch of teams going into the first Super Weekend and finally into the Smash Rule as well. Anyways, I'm Tash alongside Sir Cloud, your casters for today, and this tournament is brought to you by Techno.
Oh yes, thank you so much to Techno for being with us this season and hopefully for more seasons to come. And in case you guys haven't found out about Techno, well, it is powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350, which is the Camon 40 Premier 5G. This phone right here delivers seamless and efficient performance for both everyday tasks and demanding gaming sessions. Plus, with the one-tap AI flash snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photos with just one tap. One tap, perfect snap. Thank you again to Techno for being part of PMCL this season.
Of course. Now, let's talk a little bit about today. I think we're starting to see those patterns, right, of the teams that are really performing, staying at the top. Teams that are consistent throughout entirety of 3 maps. We're not seeing a stock standard Sanhok, Erangel, then Miram anymore. We're going to see like a rotation of maps several times throughout the day, and rotations as well of the groups, which means that every single team has to be on their toes, and one of the teams that have been doing great is Sin. But before we talk about that, let's talk a little bit about our unrivaled power with the PUBG Mobile X Shelby I would say collaboration right now, where we have really sexy cars that you can drive around in the game to be able to just move around the map.
Oh, really sexy cars. Yeah, those look really vintage. You gotta check it out inside the game. But the other thing that you need to check out inside the game is the PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan, which is currently live right now. And for you guys who are, whether you're followers of the anime or not, it's worth a check out because inside the game, this event will feature the Titans themselves. And you happen to do any content, don't forget the hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag PUBG MX Attack on Titan, hashtag Attack on Titan, and hashtag AOT. Show us your best content on social media.
Yeah, we love to see that. Anyways, predictions for today, I think me and Kuku will be matching. But Sir Cloud, I mean, I saw your prediction today. You said it was going to be RNG. Why?
Well, I mean, for Rangers, well, they're my boys, they're my boys. I followed them since Harame Bros, we had a good dinner together when they were in Malaysia once, and yeah, I'll be looking forward to see them do well. And frankly speaking, yes, they did well in day 1, the very first game. They scored a chicken dinner. After that, it was kind of topsy-turvy, but at least they're still keeping pace. So, how about you? Tell us about your prediction.
I mean, Sin looks very consistent throughout of yesterday, despite the fact they have managed to get 2 chicken dinners already, 3 if I'm not mistaken, in this league. And I think the most impressive thing that I've seen from them is that consistency and also the SOPs they have in every single fight, rotation, as well as how they want to approach the circles as well. So I'm excited to see how they're going to be adapting for today as well. But before we talk more about these teams, this is the schedule. We're currently on Friday, where we're looking at the end of the group stage of week 1 before we head into that super weekend, and then next week will be another week of that before finally going into the grand finals on the in the month of June.
Oh, and I can't wait to see the first Smash Rule for this season, this weekend. Definitely you don't want to miss that, ladies and gentlemen. And when it comes to the format, speaking about the Smash Rule, all that will be accumulated and we will find the best 16 teams from group stage, from the Super Weekend. They'll play a Smash Rule on day 2 of the Super Weekend with a maximum of 8 matches. And the best 16 teams will move on to grand finals that will start on the 13th of June to 15th of June. So mark your calendars down.
Anyways, $40,000 on the line alongside a ticket to EWC over in Riyadh. And that is one of the biggest events this year for PUBG Mobile other than the PMGC itself. Now, I think, while I think this year is a lot more competitive because of that one ticket as well, I think it's a testament as to how much these players want to be able to go to a more international stage to show off what they can bring to the table from Southeast Asia.
And today we're still rolling the groups, so if you don't see your favorite team playing in that particular match, they could be back in the following match. Of course, all these teams, they're divided into 5 different groups, 4 teams per group, and we're going to switch up not only the maps but also the groups almost every round. So do keep a notice as well. We will announce it every round, and yeah, so for you to keep track of your favorite teams. But again, if you don't see your favorite teams in that particular group, don't feel sad, because they'll surely be back in the following match when we roll the groups again. And here is our current standing with Sin at the top.
I mean, Sin is looking great when you look at the placement points and eliminations. I think, like Thanos says, perfectly balanced, right? Maybe 47 placement points with 51 means that they have a nice little balance on when to go aggressive and when to take their time when it comes to these fights as well. The rest of I think the middle of the brackets are just like super competitive right now. 11th place all the way to, Goa are just constantly shifting throughout the entirety of the games. And teams that we thought would go a little bit more further, like GG, like OF, surprisingly are a bit more shaky.
Yeah, but they cannot be shaky today because they need to fight for the top 16. Yes, it's sexy to be at number 1 where Sin is at right now with 3 chicken dinners, but being at top 16 is going to be important because you want to be in the Super Weekend. Ideally, you don't want to miss a single Super Weekend. But look at the recap here from Sin. Yesterday, they themselves scored 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, 2 chicken dinners has been great for them, but I think the impact player that you want to look at right now is Cool. I think one beautiful thing about how seeing him play is, number 1, how aggressive he can be and how individually brilliant he is as well. When it comes to these fights, when it comes to so many situations where he's just so separated from his team, he can make sure to give that space away, take away the burden for his teammates, and is able to fend for himself. So that's why I've been keeping a close eye on him. And I think from this team, in terms of not only just individual brilliance but teamwork as well, it's almost like breathing how they move with each other. Excuse me.
Yeah, Cool, he scored like 2 MVPs yesterday as well. And I believe that he is the only player so far to have at least 2 MVPs. So it's looking good so far. But it's all about keeping the consistency. But if I were a fan of Sin, I wouldn't be too worried about them because they are so far up there, number 1. Because right now the objective is to be in the Super Weekend. So breaking the top 16 for the bottom 4 is going to be super important. And our journey today, we're going to see 7 matches, just like yesterday. But we have a little bit of a shift in terms of map sequences. So we're going to start off with 2 startouts. 3 Erangels today. Yesterday was 4, and we're going to end the day with 2 Mirama. So this will be our sequence while we roll the groups.
Yeah, I think for some teams, to the end of yesterday, I think a lot of teams, at least the ones who do well on that map, especially like teams like Yango Galacticos, who I think thrive in situations when it comes to these high ground areas, these high ground fights. In fact, even Nexus Vanguard did well yesterday as well on that 1 Miramar. And I think since it's only 1 Miramar, this is the day that they really can just bring the heat to the table, show off a little bit more on what they have to offer, what they can bring in terms of rotations, in terms of play when they have this map as well. But regardless, it's still going to be a majority of maps on Erangel as well. So like it or not, the El Clasico map, you gotta be adept at it. And I think that for Erangel, it's just been changing hands. We don't really see like one particular team really just, lording over the rest.
Yeah, and mentioned about like teams and one particular team. Well, in case you're a fan of Time Quick Esports, Burmese Goals, Paradise Esports, or SG, they will not be playing in the first match today. Instead, we're going to introduce Group A, B, D, and E. So a lot of powerhouse names here in Group A, B, D, and E as well. We do have names like Young Articles, we have RNG, we have Sin in Group A, we have Nexus Vanguards. And now that I kind of think about it, in Group A itself, Sin and Nexus Vanguards, both of them at number 1, number 2, with one of the former champions, RNG. Well, this is arguably at this point the toughest group so far.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how, we couldn't really tell which group is the group of death. Perhaps it might be just Group A, but the thing is, it's really hard to pinpoint because a lot of teams are really bringing in the heat, They're challenging all the big teams. Everyone's just toe-to-toe. I mean, yeah, we have teams like Sin, who has been not only a powerhouse, but also in a way it has the most chicken dinners right now. But at the same time, a lot of these games hasn't really been like I would say a landslide win either. It's been to the wire. It's been like last 1v1s as well. So, I have to say that the quality of games, the excitement has been phenomenal.
Absolutely right. And also the teams on page number 2, the bottom 4 teams, sometimes they do show some fight because they know that survivability is going to be important. To get into the Super Weekend is going to be important. Be in the top 16 at least. And the points are still close enough for anyone from the bottom 4 to break through. Let's see if they can break through here inside.
Okay, we wanted to see a breakthrough. This might be it. Now, Sanok, a little bit more, I wouldn't say it's a complicated map per se, but it's definitely an interesting one on how exactly you want to approach these fights. Now, not circle, but flight path skewed to the left, but I don't think it's going to be an issue for a lot of people. We're seeing a lot of shift in drop spots as well, so I'm curious to see if anyone decides to change their mind on how to approach this today.
Yeah, whether we're going to see a bootcamp fight or maybe another Painan fight, well, that's somewhere we want to keep an eye on, because in this map, RNG and S69, both of them are playing together. And the last time we saw them, especially on day one, they did fight for Painan. Ultimately, it was RNG that won the fight. So it looks like this time, S69, they're going to be Painan for RNG. RNG is going to have the Painan for themselves. But inside bootcamp, we have two different teams.
Oh man, it's been a while. Usually see a lot of teams kind of avoid the big drop spots like yesterday at Paradise. Bootcamp was fairly... This time around, nah. Everyone's trying to go a little bit more aggressive, taking up space. They want to challenge.
It's going to be GG and Generation X to be the king of bootcamp. It's going to be a 4v4. No other teams inside so far. So let's see who will get the first blood here with Claude and his shotgun. One of the best weapons in a close quarters combat match, but he is nowhere near with the members of GG yet. When it comes to the circle, looks like for Starhawk, it's going to be another nice circle centered around the area of Paradise Resort. But while we wait for the other teams to rotate and meet each other, this fight will continue on.
We've seen a lot of long, prolonged fights yesterday happening. A lot of teams don't really want to fully commit to these early fights. They'll put in a little bit of damage, especially what you see now there with the Shroud. Never really a commit to knocks either. And I think understandably so, because a lot of teams that were locking horns early, they find themselves at a disadvantage compared to other teams who are already rotating, already making up space, already, looting up and moving over to the next phases.
Yeah, so at least those teams, they have their own space because we don't see any other team like clashing with each other. Same goes for GG. They have the same idea of like, okay, we don't want to clash inside a bootcamp. We're probably not well looted up. So we will leave through the 3 warehouse all the way back, which is absolutely fine. But that will slow down their progression this round naturally because they have to find another space to loot and prepare themselves for the next encounter when all these other teams have their own space to loot. So they have a little bit of advantage against GG. But is it game breaking? Not really. GG, as long as you stay away from other teams, buy a little bit more time, they should be able to equal up the amount of loot with other teams.
I'm looking at the that Tatmo and Kao here, where the northern side of the circle is happening, where NB have such a big area in control. They're looting so many parts of the area. Tatmo, Kao, as well as Mongnai as well, full on to that area. I am a bit concerned, mostly because XZ11 as well and his teammate are just so separated from the other two. But I think because of how, I would say, open the area is and how they are super aware there's no one over on the northern side, they can just really take their time if they want to go and explore. Now, Yago Galacticos over there had, I think, moved from Paradise Resort all the way into a different part of the map. And honestly, seeing them pre-fire as they go into buildings, it kind of just gives me an idea on what to expect. Every time they breach into a compound, why they're not usually the team to really get caught off guard here. They have a lot of caution they exercise before they kind of like breach compounds, go into areas. They want to get caught off guard and they don't want to lose players this early, so their SOPs look very sound.
Yeah. How about Team Max? They are kind of like an up and down team, right? Like some rounds we see them doing very, very well, and some rounds we don't see them doing that well, and now they're in the middle at number 12 in the overalls, which is fine. As long as you're in the top 16, you're okay.
Yeah.
But Team Max, they need to find a level of consistency for themselves.
Team Max, I think, is just one of those teams that do well on day number 1, and then as soon as everyone adapts, they can't seem to find an answer on how to readapt and change up the way they play. And that's why I always, I think I highlighted this on day number 1, how some teams, they do so well on day number 1. We thought that they're going to be setting up the pace, but it's so important to realize that on day number 1, it is still the ice-breaking day. It's the day that you get to know each other, understand each other's strats, and then on day number 2 is when you are starting to say, okay, while we do well number 1, we might not be able to do the same thing we did or replicate the success on day number 1 because everyone will be going through the adjustment period, especially on day 2. Day 3 is where everyone tends to get a little bit more comfortable, fall into the groove of things. So my question is to Max, you had that one day, I think, game that's not doing so good to really figure out what the heck is going on, what the heck went wrong would be the right answer here. And that's how we want to approach this. But anyways, this time, OF toe-to-toe with AF right now, and AF finds itself in a pickle as one member knocked down already, the other two scrambling to find some cover. Fong nearly gets knocked down in that process.
And the fight started off with Spyro, not the Dragon, taking this high ground. But the other members of AF, they're still okay. They can pick up each other. They continue to put pressure on the AF. AF now has this compound, and they are on their way to reset. Okay, no escape, move it back up again, and Astro gets knocked out by Fong. Okay. Fong has been kind of showing up on our screens quite a bit in the past few days.
I was about to say that, Sir Cloud. Fong has been phenomenal when it comes to shooting back, when it comes to answering, and when it comes to just being able to show that his team can show some sort of dominance. He can go 1v2s, 1v3s even, in terms of firepower. Very, very, I would say, independent, individually skilled is what we're looking at here, but over to the back of OF, they're also aware that they're about to get sandwiched by another team here. It's going to be GX. So because AF had moved backwards and given them the space, they can focus their control, all their resources onto just dealing with one team instead.
Oh, but now Generation X might be dealing with the rest of OF. But Generation X, they're not playing together. Okay, anyway, Claude in a off-angle position, trying to find if anyone from OF over peaks. But everyone's really, really disciplined. Nobody's falling to bait right now. But at the same time, all those three teams want to be the king of the hill. But we shift over to Clay Jr. right now, representing Goa. He's joining the fray as well because he's just across AF.
Well, standoff for now. They have some time before they can move. I think for them, it's just all about finding that right time. Perhaps the circle, or rather the shift of the circle, would push them all away from this area, and it's going to be happening very, very soon here. And I think there's a lot of question marks because below them is boot camp, and you have no clue how many people, or if there's any people inside of boot camp. You cross that, you're out there in the open, you're in trouble. Fong gets knocked down already, and OF saying, you know what, we may be in the blue zone, but we're okay to just take the hit just for a while longer. And as soon as we're able to get that first knockdown, we're just going to aggressively rush forward, which has been very similar to the way they've been breaching out compounds and taking fights yesterday.
Oh, interesting enough that this area is nowhere in the circle even before this, but yet so many teams have interest in this area. That makes me wonder, it's like, oh, why is this so precious? Probably all these teams, they just want to find elimination points, which is fine. But now they have to feel the wrath of the blue, and we're at stage number 2 right now. So this will be a test of how many healing utilities does all these individual players have right now, right this second, because they are still in the gridlock.
Yeah, I think this area is just so packed because there's a lot of rotations coming in from the southern side. This circle is kind of pushing up to the northern. So, like it or not, everyone's not really the fastest to rotating to the circles, number one. Number two, because everyone's just so confused. They're like, okay, we want to push past boot camp. You don't know how many teams are there. And now the circle has pushed one more time up northern side. And this time around, it's hovering around Tatmo and as well as Paradise Resort. Few teams are very much in the middle of the circle. Ozja, Young Galacticos has really made their I think, home here. But for the rest of the teams, the blue zone should push, and like it or not, it's going to be very bloody just trying to get into the southern side of the circle itself.
Oh, nice long range there by Nadi to collect that elimination point out of the hands of AF. And now the fight will continue on with Generation X onto Goa, and that's where Coca-Cola will take care of Clay Jr. Now looking for the other members of Goa just right below him. He is alone though, so Coca-Cola has to be extra careful, but he got Ngapek still. 2 more to go for Goa. Ngapek will be eliminated by Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola by himself. 3 eliminations now.
It's been stellar, stole away a kill, and then just moved into the area, took away 2 of the fights that's happening in front of them. And now these 2 teams, they're just stuck in a gridlock, cannot move into the circle at all. Either you go down to the blue or go out in the open and just force these fights. And both teams can see a lot of hesitation come out here. But I think Fong, once to take destiny into his own hands, there is going to be eventually falling. He's bleeding to death right now, so low, but managing to move out of the way at the very least. But the car, thankfully, while it was already smoking, did not blow up in his face. So a high risk, high reward play that's, I think, rewarded for the time being.
Yeah, rewarded with 3 elimination points. Now for the rest of the other teams. Okay, 2 of them are still in the blue, OF and AF. And the bad news is that those 2 teams that are at the bottom 4. they only have a handful of games more today before we decide on like who is the top 16. So they cannot go out at this stage. They cannot just waste rounds like that.
It's not like before when you have longer leagues, you have some time to really cook and just warm up and just really figure out how exactly you want to grow. It's not like that anymore. Shorter weeks as well with the Super Weekend coming through. You miss one Super Weekend, you're already at a huge disadvantage of losing out on those placement points going into that grand finals. So, like it or not, do or die moment is going to be today. 7 maps to go. So, bit of ample, I would say, wriggle room if you want to play catch up.
Yeah, they need to. Well, playing catch up now is definitely their game. But the moment WTZ caught up to the high ground, gets eliminated immediately by S69, and there's nothing that Osa can do about this. But at least he has the information that somebody's at the hilltop and he's playing by the edge of the circle, so he needs to consider to rotate somewhere else. And now we have a good view of where all the members of Nexus Vanguards are at, and they are spread around the area of Camp Bravo. 2 of them in the current circle. Now it's only Osa to follow through.
I really admire Young Galacticos here. I'm trying to figure out because just now they dropped all the way down at Paradise Resort, immediately vacated the area and moved right smack dab into the middle of the circle. And I have to say, this decision making, I mean, yeah, it's something that I would say it's very risky because you're not too sure if the circle will ping pong or not. But I think for the past 2 days, their, I would say, willingness just quickly go into the area and just book it, that prime spot early before everyone else rotates, has been giving them so much value in terms of dividends. But now, when you look at AF, they had taken a lot of damage in that first skirmish, managing to break into the circle. Parker has barely any HP, barely any util as well, because just now you saw that the 2 teams, OF and AF, weren't able to really go around. And I would say Loot, Fong already in the zone, trying to take this fight against NX.
Fong 1v1 against Joji. Both of them had their own nades. By the corner, Fong with 50% of health. Let's see if Joji will be able to land this one, and he will! The moment he did that, he shut the door, so he will not receive any splash damage, and Joji will claim that point out of Fong.
Yeah, for just so... in such dangerous situation right now. One of the players stuck in the blue zone. One of them was supposed to be, you know, the savior, getting into the circle, staying alive. But now we move our attention to GX. You can see the players are just at such a disadvantage here. The low ground, the only thing separating them is this terrain where GG doesn't have control of, at least on the top side here over at Paradise Resort. Some smoke set up as well so that GX will be able to just rush forward. And GG, understanding the predicament, their space is just slowly being taken away, decides to play at a more safer angle, which is inside of the compound. But Cool now in trouble. Lion will fall as well. So good trades here from both teams, but it's not done yet.
And Sin, 2 players currently down. But like what you said, this fight is not over yet with 2-1-4 coming in. 2 teams from the same group. And trying to buy a little bit more time. Picking out their teammate, they should be back up real soon unless the nade can arrive from 2-1-4. Cram is cooking up his nade. That nade did connect, but not enough to knock anyone down yet. Now Cram with another nade behind the rock. Will it knock anyone? Looks like the answer is not. And Sin back up as a full team.
Everyone's also managed to reset as well here. Sin is just doing a stellar job of just negating any damage coming through from the terrain here. But GG, because they're just taking too long to take out that space, severely punished, knocked down already. This boy Sean looking to provide a bit of cover as his teammate gets picked up here. But they're in a dire situation, the blue zone pushing, and everyone's just desperate. The same could be said about Sin, but somehow Sin from a losing situation, knocked down 2, resets, overcomes 2-4, dwindling down numbers. They're in trouble.
Oh, and Renkit does not have the circle, has to move forward. And 2-1-4 will be waiting for them in the inner side of the circle with a compound for themselves. But next, the circle will shift. 2-1-4 no longer in the circle. There's a good amount of teams there in the circle, but we're not too worried about them right now. We're worried whether Sin can actually make it through.
Not gonna be the easiest push either. Wide open area in front of them. So open to shots not only from 2-1-4, but also potentially Yango Galacticos. The circle will shift once more. Feeling dire, almost desperate here, but you can really tell that Sin is just really taking their time. I really gotta give it to them in terms of keeping their mental cool. They definitely are number 1 right now. Cool will cross. Cool will take a lot of damage. Cool will fall. Master X marked him for quite some time here. But unfortunately for him, Michi will be the one to run away with that point. And Romeo takes away another member of Sin as well. So for a lot of the teams inside the lobby right now, seeing Sin getting knocked down like fries, this is, for them, the best outcome to stop their rush forward.
And Sin's not able to get in at all. They might lose that number 1 spot to Nexus Vanguard. But speaking about Nexus Vanguard, also knocked down somewhere else. As Sin now only has 1 active player left. And still 2-1-4. They're in front of them, but they're no longer interested to continue to block Sin as they move away. We shift forward our attention now to Generation X against GG. As Nero finding it difficult to cut across. At the same time, Claude is having trouble with the blue. Wonder how many more first aids does he have? Might not be much. And Sin, that is it. 1 player left. I'm just looking at them right now because it's between them and Nexus Vanguard who can overtake each other.
It's very close as well. I mean, 2 eliminations each for this map and both at 98 points here, breaching 100 already. I have to say this is one of the roughest, I would say, rounds for Sin as well. Young Galacticos here, beautifully played. They've been lording over this area, the circle as well. So many long-range fights. They've been trying to steal away some kills. A nade to just really steal away all of those eliminations. And Smile is smiling because he's managed to take 3 players at the same time with just 1 nade here. Very, very, I would say, ingenious plan from Young Galacticos. Getting the circle early, their position's great, and just taking advantage of everyone trying to rotate inside.
Yeah, now they can continue to defend. But we shift over our attention now to S69, a team that is currently on the bottom 4 that needs to find their way into the top 16. So far, 3 elimination points, but the next challenger is going to be NB. With NB now, Yahiko going to save his teammates. Should be back up soon behind that rock. But S69, they continue to rain nades onto NB. They can land one, it will be great. They need all the points they can get.
Circle just pushed away here. I think it's a very, very, I wouldn't say it's unforgiving, but rather the terrain there is just not the best. I mean, we do have some hillsides that they can play into. But in terms of cover, I think the only thing they have are maybe some few stray rocks, a tree line maybe, but that's all they got.
Well, they need to work with whatever they have. Well, Labo gets XZXY. That could probably be another point in the pocket. Yahiko's in trouble as well. Yahiko gunned down by Michi. 2-1-4 is behind them. But who's the one that gets the points? Okay, at least for S69, they got a couple of points. 5 elimination points right now. Now it's 2-1-4 and Young Galacticos.
Keeping a close eye on your favorite team, RNG. They are the ones that are currently favored in this circle right now. Compound in their hands, the only compound available in this circle here. But 2-1-4 trying to overwhelm, and Young Galacticos this time around, they're the ones in trouble. Unfortunately for them, the circle did not favor them, but Mernat Boy, you can rely on him to really just shoot back here. Struggling for his life, dodging left, right, and center, playing it like the Matrix, somehow still alive. But pressure will come in from so many different areas, will be caught out, and the one to run away with the point is not gonna be Young Galacticos. They cannot hold on.
Well, they have to choose the blue pill or the red pill right now. Whichever it is, they still need to fight through against Team Max. That has this compound, but they're not in the circle as well. But they can still buy a little bit more time to block out Michi from coming in. Michi fires in through the window, managed to get the knockdown to you. But Michi, he has to cross this road. It's going to be mission impossible for him with the fact that the blue is right behind. And now Michi is out in the open. Team Max firing at Michi. Michi, 6% of health. Michi tries to run his way through, but Michi, 2 out in the open, but still able to get 1 more target before he went down.
Oh my god, Max. Surviving by the skin of their teeth here, managing to barely scrape by, but they do manage to clear it out in the end here. A 1v1 and OF. Better gun in the hand means a better situation in Austria. Eliminated this early with only 1 elimination. It's looking rough right now. Everyone fighting by the energy of the blue. Everyone having trouble rotating into the circle. Max now in trouble. Numbers dwindling. Only 1 player left alive. And I don't think that Tresi can be picked up here as Iter X trying his best to survive, to at least shoot back. But as time dwindles, the only cover he has is the rock, the blue zone behind him, just threatening his position right now. RNG making full dividends of this compound. They managed to get early, but it's gonna be contested very soon. PBMS, they have their eyes on it.
And there you go. ITX eliminated, not by PBMS, but by Claude from Generation X. That's going to be another point in their pocket. Now for Rangers. Okay, they spot the final member of S69, and he will be eliminated. Master Riggs taken out by Range. Point number 4 for Rangers.
Still a few more teams left alive right now. And I think the only team that's still very healthy as a 4 is just RNG here. PBMS could potentially challenge with their 3 members left. I mean, PBMS yesterday has had, I think, quite a great day, if you ask me, in terms of aggression, in terms of how they play as well. So it's always really exciting to be looking at these 2 teams, regardless for RNG. I think the circle, the question is whether or not it will just still favor them, or will everyone be forced to the middle of the map where it's so open. The terrain, yeah, we do have some hillsides, but it's a bit more open compared to, I would say, the more steep hillsides, which I think teams prefer to play compared to these open areas.
Well, at least for Rex, navigating through somewhat of an open area, maybe a bit of a hillside, but still able to get in the circle, that's fine. Everyone's in the circle now. So this is the time where everyone will just stay chill.
Oh,
At
the circle.
most, they would just put out shots. But look at this. The circle actually favors Rangers. And with a full squad, with a compound, they stand a good chance this round.
Have an amazing round right now, but if the circle keeps going toward them, I think it should be, quite an easy time for them. All they have to do is just wait and see. We've seen so many situations yesterday where teams like Sin are just happy to be on the sidelines, not joining in the fights and just waiting for that chicken dinner instead of going too aggressive and losing their members very early. Surprisingly though, the last member of OF, very adept at staying alive, playing by the edge of the blue, but eventually gonna be running straight into the hands of PBMS. I'm pretty sure that they're marking him. They've heard his footsteps.
Yeah, he is close enough. Perhaps they could have heard him. And by the time Goa sees his target, Romeo, the final member of Jago Radicals, he will take them out. Now we are left with 4 teams. And Nadi, he has to jump out of the window, showing himself to PBMS. Bomboy sees him, he's down to 10% of health. He's healing up right now, but the nades will be rained on Nadi. Managed to bring himself up to 80% left, but with that one nade, it puts his health down to 50%. Another nade down to 30%. Nadi continues to heal, but the blue is closing on him.
I think for him right now, it's just either he takes this fight or just deny points, but getting with Goa, they had a rough start right now, managing to survive till here, and on top of that, making a more proactive decision to move up and steal away that kill. Regardless, PBMS here, all eyes onto RNG, all eyes onto Goa. It's a 3-way fight here, and no one is holding on, no one is holding back. Everyone wants to pull out all the stops. RNG out here in the open. This time they have a majority of players in their hands in terms of firepower as well. Jibna, great opening to find one as well. The numbers of Goa slowly dwindling. Can't find the last member left. Keeping very, very quiet and hoping that he's able to at least go down and steal 1 kill away.
Jappy's being revived. But KS for who by the side, still coding. He could be the kingmaker between these 2 teams while RNG is putting focus onto PBMS on the other side. But nobody noticed the final player of Goa that's still there. And KS for who makes his move. Still behind the rock, but Reimer spots him out. Goa gets eliminated at number 3 with 3 elimination points. Now it's between Rangers and PBMS.
Oh man, Goa had put so much damage into RNG and still managing to, I think, put a dent in their HP as well. Jibna barely alive, moving up forward. The only thing separating these 2 teams are those smokes and the hillside. Jaffy, unfortunately for him, will be caught out right there. PBMS using the terrain, using the trees, using the rocks to run away with the chicken dinner. The first one of the day. PBMS out here in the open, no compound, nothing. But they are the ones to make it work.
And PBMS, they were quiet until that very end. When they showed up in full force, scoring this chicken dinner against Rangers, who had the compound earlier on. With the advantage that Rangers has, PBMS, with their skill, with their coordination, with their positioning, they overtook Rangers to score this chicken dinner. And this is PBMS with their first chicken dinner this season.
They have been, I think, in terms of getting chicken dinners, yes, it's the first one, but their performance throughout the entirety of the last 3 days have been very, very consistent. They are a team that's been, I think, toward the top 5 to the middle side of the games. On top of that, it's all consistently bringing in points every single round. Very, very fun to watch. I think one of the players that we really want to look at is going to be Raimon. He's always very noisy. His name always up there, lit up in the kill feed as well. At the same time, One Boy as well has been providing a lot of support for his team. So very fun team to watch as well. Love to see their return as well to the big stage if possible. And I think this might be the start.
Yeah, and this is the start of Skadi as well, considering that he's still able to bring in the elimination point without taking in any damage at all. It was a ninja this round. While Pretzel, he was the one that tanked it all. Damage taken 197, the most of them all. No eliminations, but that's fine. They did his part as part of the team. Let's check out the best moments here in Game 1.
PBMS had a goal just now, which was to be able to get the best in terms of placement points, since the circle rotation was not the easiest when there's so many people migrating northward side, and they were wise to do that. 5 eliminations all happened toward the last few circles as well. Very opportunistic, netting them 15 points, 4 points ahead of RNG as well as Yangon Galacticos.
But AF, they saw a lot of action very early on, but unfortunately no return for them. No points for AF this time. But I'm also glad to see that S69, they are on page number 1 because they are in the hunt to make the top 16. So today's narrative pretty much is all about looking at who can break into the top 16. That is going to be the main objective. Now, the story will be further told here in the overall rankings. While Sin, they got eliminated before Nexus Vanguards. Now, Nexus Vanguards, they are on top, ahead by 1 point.
Nexus Vanguard here being able to come ahead from Sin, I think it's a great thing, is number 1. But number 2, the fact that Sin got stopped so early, I wouldn't be surprised if this trend will keep on going today, especially for these two teams who have been dominating the top of the charts for the past 2 days. Now, interesting enough, when you talk about teams like GG, like AF just now, they were locked horns very early as well. I think the one thing that they need to remember is that if either you commit to the fight early or you move away and just give away that space. Because like it or not, when you are stuck in one compound very long, other teams are already making a move, other teams had already looted up, you going into the circle late might not benefit you. And I think it's been such a recurring theme for the last 2 days as well, that the later rotators, has been finding it very hard to just really break into the circle safely.
Well, the one that broke it safely is Raimon from BBMS as our MVP this round, coming in with 3 eliminations, 186 damage. Not the biggest of numbers, but at the end of the day, he's able to seal the deal with the 3 eliminations for the team, and that is where all matters. The most eliminations for his team as an individual, with 97 damage taken and 38% team contribution. And what you said earlier on about Raimon, he's been always showing up for the team.
Yeah, his name's always up there. The kill feed is very terrifying when you go against this guy. Once he actually sees you, I think majority of the, I would say, top ranking Filipino players have this one trend, which is not only just pre-firing, but as soon as they see something move, it's always been a lot of blind pre-fire shots, either through smokes, either through the tree line, which is what they are doing, which has netted them a lot of kills. Regardless, we'll talk about more about this after the break. Here we go.
Well, just when you thought we're done with the smallest map, that is Sunhawk, we're not done yet. We have a second Sunhawk here today, but the difference is that we're going to roll the group. So Group A is going to take a break this time. We're going to reintroduce Group C. So overall, it's going to be B, C, D, and E. So that is Tactical Esports, Permis Goals, Paradise Esports, and SG playing this round, while Rangers, Sin 214, and Nexus Vanguard, they're taking a break.
You know, I think it's kind of disappointing, especially if you're a team that really wants to score as many points as you want on this map, and you're only allowed to play, well, you only can play one today, right? And you didn't do well on the first map. I'm talking about, you know, teams like Sin just now. But like it or not, say la vie, we gotta move on because this will be the final Sunhawk for at least this week before we go into that super weekend. Because ladies and gentlemen, like it or not, final Sunhawk for this week.
Final Sunhawk before we move on to the super weekend. Especially the bottom 4 teams, they need to make the most out of this map, and we have a lot of them still playing. There are teams like AF, teams like S69, they're still playing. So hopefully they'll be able to make most out of this map as the games are running by them. I worry that they won't have enough games by the time we reach a certain stage, so they have to make it happen right now.
Yeah, especially if you have this early break, you know that you still have a few more maps to go. But playing this many maps in a row can be quite detrimental, especially if you're not able to just find that momentum very, very early. Oh man, this is fun. 2 teams dropping together again. Is going to be GX as well. I think it was GG. Always these 2 teams meeting up early, and this time around, no Mexican standoff, no stalemate. Everyone all in, hands on deck for these fights. 1 knockdown already is Coca-Cola dropping down like flies right now. ISIS barely surviving that encounter this time around, but they're not done. Both teams taking heavy losses right now. 2 gone already. GX not in a position where they can heal up right now. As Nero, the last man, barely alive, knocked down. Claude needs to be picked up, and I think for ISIS, barely surviving by the skin of his teeth, gonna be rushing away to another compound and staying alive if he can.
And there's also another fight happening in Ruins involving 2 different teams. Interesting. 2 different fights very, very early on for this team to stamp dominance. And so far for GG, they're winning this fight against Generation X, and Nero will be eliminated together with Claude. But now in the side of Ruins, it's going to be AF here against Time to Quick Esports.
Man, TTQ, we talked about how yesterday it was a day that was a little bit more rough for them, a little bit more quiet. They're not exactly in a situation or that they want to be in. And right now, they've lost 2 players already. Bunny, barely alive, managing to get that reset, which is super, super important. Liquid and him staying very quiet, hoping that AF pushes toward them. Now, if you guys don't know, TTQ did call for an emergency sub today with Gus, who is not playing, will be replaced by Bunny here. So this might be a chance for Bunny to really prove what kind of firepower he brings for this team.
Yeah, and so far it's still a 2v2 here for dominance of Ruin. With Tactical Esports having the higher ground, Bunny is still alive together with Liquid. The duo that has to do it. They are in the circle though, so they have a little bit more time. Now Bunny by the side, S12K in hand. But no escape has S12K as well. 2 very clutchable weapons, and I believe they're aware of that. That's why now we're at the stalemate.
Yeah, but they also gotta be careful of the sharks just hanging around infested waters. Goa is just right outside this area, and I think TTQ might be aware of this. Wants to build up a bit more space between them. Maybe go for a bit more loot. And I think for them right now, while they do want to take this fight, I think moving away from the area isn't necessarily the safest either. They don't have a lot of util. They don't have a lot of things to work with. And definitely not a lot in terms of firepower because 2 bodies downed.
Yeah, so without the full squad, of course, coordination is going to be very different for both of these teams. And they are playing this very carefully, we can see, especially Time to Quick Esports. They went down to the ground floor, but AF, they're moving to the other side. They're trying to find a flanking angle, but because of the position of Time to Quick Esports, target that corner, it's not easy for them to flank, and it's not like Time to Quick Esports is just staying there. Like we can see, like Liquid is still moving around, so that will confuse AF on where exactly they could be.
Could potentially bait them out, force them into thinking they're in a 1v1, and then have your teammate swing out just play tag team off you, could dwindle down the numbers. Skip might have an idea here. I think he's trying to get a little bit more close. So, if anything, AF is the team that I'm worried about right now because you can see Escape moving a little bit more further away. I think Parker realizes that, so decides to play a little bit more close by. They want to play as a 2 instead of these isolated 1v1s.
Well, this smoke grenade might force them to move if they were baited by it, but Parker decides not to use it anymore. Now on the bridge side, we have Goa here with KHI crossing the bridge. No casualties. They did receive a decent amount of damage, but they're still alright. But same goes for Goa as well. As Clay Jr. now healing up. KHI, they're fine. But the moment they cross over, PG is there. As we shift back over to the Ruin side, so it's still a standoff. But they're in the circle, so they can still play for maybe about 3 minutes more here, Max.
Yeah, it's very, very long drawn out fight. And honestly, I think Goa, who did pass by them, was wise to say, you know what, instead of trying to go and third party these ruins, let's just find priority on the mainland island where the majority of the circle is. I think a lot of teams are starting to find that out just right now. And now, as you have another 2 minutes to go, as the circle will shift, there's a lot of worry that I have right now. You saw PG, as you mentioned just now, over onto Painan. Over on the southern side of Bootcamp, we are seeing OF as well. And if they do even breach it safely, I think toward the southern side of Painan, I believe Goa is just hanging around the area. So, like it or not, it's either, you're running from a lion's den straight into a tiger's mouth.
Yeah, so which is the better one, right? Whether the lion's den or the tiger's mouth? That's a hard one to pick, right?
It's
How do I
hard.
kind of think about it?
It's hard. I mean, at the very least, if they do take this fight, they can get another 2 more points before getting eliminated. I mean, still 4 is still a lot of points if you think about it. Granted, how the lobbies have been moving. Regardless, putting my sights onto the middle of the map right now. GG, Ozja, KHI, PG, even Yangon Galacticos have already opted to just really tuck themselves over the middle side of the map. I mean, it's a same story as we saw in the last map as well. So, I don't think the teams in the middle of the map are too eager about taking this fight very, very early. If anything, all of these teams that have already secured areas and holds are just going to try and find their way to see if anyone's in the middle of rotation, just pick them off one by one. I think it's the same story as map 1 today.
Well, looks like the Lions then is still their choice, since you can still wrestle with the lion. If you're in the lion's mouth, then there's nothing much you can do about that. So we're still at the Lions den, ladies and gentlemen, but that could change maybe about 25 more seconds once the zone is reviewed, and obviously this area will not be within the circle, so this fight needs to end at some point. If not, call it a truce. Just 2 teams, 4 players, just go their own way. Like, 2 players take the right, 2 players take the left, and then just leave this area, because if not, when will this fight end?
Okay, Circle gonna pull toward the quarry here, and this is where things get interesting. Because the sheer amount of teams over onto the western side, I wouldn't be surprised if we see teams like GG, Ozja, KHI, even Goa just go straight out into a 4-5-way fight. Because if you were to rotate, I mean, you want to go middle of the circle, right? Going into the quarry, it might not be the best of idea. It's a deeper, crater area. You don't have a lot of, it's a lot of cover, but you're stuck at the very bottom of the area. You just like sitting ducks, especially if someone decides to throw in a nade. And speaking of sitting ducks right now, PG is the one to set the trap for the players of Goa this time around. Very, very patient this time, this team. You can see a lot of changes, how they move, how they play as well. And they're playing as a 4 this time around. It seemed a lot more streamlined compared to the last 2 days.
But for Lazy Boy, he should be back up. And let's also remember that PG is one of those teams that needs the points to be in the top 16. They are at this moment 22 points. The bare minimum is GG at number 16, 39 plus 4 points. So that's 43 points. So still very doable for any of these teams, even up to PG at number 20. So it's not about the placement, it's about the points for them right now. They need to rack in the points. And so far, so good. As long as they're able to maintain 4 players, now with a point in the pocket, it's okay for them. Just that they need more. But for OF, they could use more points as well. They could get this chance against GG.
Oh no! The poor guy! He was having the best joyride of his life on that bike and immediately just rides over Shroud's nade. Gets eliminated right now. The rest of the team following suit. Baby Spicy is out as well here. With GG and Yango Galacticos keeping an eye out for them. They were a little bit too complacent. We're just out there in the open with no cover, no protocols for crossfires and trades either here. And GG, they're happy to say, okay, easy pickings, easy points for us. Throws out another nade. They want to take away this space. And now OF, so separated from one another. And Shroud as well is in trouble. You see a lot of pressure coming in from other teams as well close by. Because Biggs, he wants a piece of that. His fingers are now in that cookie jar. Dwindle down 2 members from both GG and OF, so low.
I wouldn't mind a cookie right now, but these two teams, they want cookies for themselves. As the fight will continue finally with no escape currently down, only Parker left 1v2. Bunny and Liquid here to do the business while they are inside the blue. Liquid has no first aid, so he has to win this fight quickly against Parker. Parker, very, very low. He's not healing up. He's probably out of healing utilities himself.
Oh, beautiful shots coming through here. Straight up to the face as well, as Astro will be the next one to fall. OF just can't do anything here. The final man left standing, and I don't think, and he's barely alive. The prolonged fight here between AF and TTQ finally reaches a climax with Parker being the last man standing. Still managing to steal 2 points away. No heals, nothing left to work with. Some pre-fires coming in from TTQ. And TTQ does have a few more utility to work with here. Bandages in the bag as well. They have shields, but time not on their side. They're playing as a 2, which is honestly what you want, especially in a 1v2 here. You don't want to allow Parker to run away with isolated 1v1s.
Yeah, you don't want to allow Parker to deny away the point as well. If not, all this will be for nothing. And Parker has 10% of health left. Clearly not healing up. And Title Quick Esports, if they don't do this right now, Parker will be denied away by the blue because we're at stage number 3. Okay, can Parker deny it away? He's just buying some time for himself. Just right below Liquid. Few more seconds more to go.
No!
And Parker's point is denied away. After all that, Title Quick Esports failed to secure that 1 extra point.
And that's just so unlucky. They were in that blue zone for so long, chasing as well. They could have either just, they really needed to stop hesitating, just really go for it. Have a bit more confidence in how you decide to play this. Now, moving on toward the other part of the circle here, I'm looking at BG. They have so much control of the top side of that quarry. They have the full 3 sides of that compound as well. Now, as other teams are rotating inside here, they should be able to get so much value for those kind of going through the quarry or people coming in from the southern side of the map.
But somewhere in the middle of the map, right now we have S69 with Masatoki on screen. So S69 still a full squad, but Masatoki, he's here all alone. Have to be extra careful, surrounded by other teams. Okay, backup's on its way, and they will take over this compound while being looked at by another team on that high ground. On the elimination feed, Honda from PG gets gunned down together with Sizer. So PG's not having a good time, but Beckham fights back against Monboy. Here we have it on screen. Pretzel comes in. Skadi playing a support role from afar. Now it's going to be Pretzel. 1v1. Jump shot with the rest of K. And he will be able to land his shot. PBMS takes out PG.
And that's so unlucky. That was such a very, very close fight there between PG. Could have been anyone's win in that particular skirmish. PBMS, they're not eager to stop their streak. They started off strong on Sanok. They want to make sure they can secure at least this one once again. As BG this time around, we talked about how much, I would say, space they have holding, which means that they can just tag team off each other. One player crossing means that Ichi could put in the damage, and another player on the other end could just meet with that player in the mid of rotation and steal away that point.
Beautiful spray earlier on there. And now we're seeing more fights happening with Pop from Mosja, knockdown, Renzo with an off angle, trying to spray down the members of Young Radical. Smile will be down on his knees, but now they have to save Top. Renzo, Nangex coming in to save the day, but they need to clear off the rest of Young Radicals before they can do so.
Oh, now Silent God's in trouble. Losing Miner this early, high impact player as well. Moving back to where we are on the screen here, Young Galacticos. The situation where I think we've seen this many times, they lose one player very, very early and immediately you can see a shift in their roles. Managing to get that reset. But Austria, despite the fact the reset or not, they want to deny that space. They want to just kind of pinch them together. But in a situation, I haven't seen any players of Austria really going for a long flank in the backside. I think it's because they're a little bit more worried, no clue if someone is close by, don't want to get picked off by another team, or a situation where they're separated off each other and can't play with one another.
And this is Burmese goes from afar, looking for more elimination points for themselves. Tapping away is Master Ichi. He sees somebody across the horizon. That's not going to be a big impact to them. Now, coming back onto Yangon Radicals versus Osja with Cloud here. Together with his teammates behind, so they're locked in together, but they're on the outside of the circle. While this is happening, Esports, he just got eliminated at number 11.
Despite everything, I'm quite surprised. It's only been 5 teams that's been knocked out so far here. Ooh, Yangon Galacticos playing a very dangerous game there, especially with the horse a little bit more slower out there in the open there. But the rest of his team staying alive, just pulling away the attention from other teams if possible. But I have to say here, BG looking so dominant right now. The entirety of the eastern or southeastern side of the circle fully under control.
And that's going to be another point there for BG. 3 elimination points now. But for PBMS, ooh, look at this. 8 elimination points already. Looking pretty nice. They seem to want the number 1 spot for themselves. Okay, and so far they are in the roll for it. But now back onto Osja. No circle. It's going to be a problem for them now that the zone is starting to close in. And they're starting to converge together. They do have a vehicle though, so this could be their emergency escape plan.
Gonna rotate into the circle like it or not. You're gonna just try and brute force your way, and I don't think Osja should be having too much of a problem. Now, keeping an eye out on PBMS here, they're over on the southern side of the circle. Yeah, they are dominant in terms of eliminations here, but in terms of getting to the circle, a lot to be concerned about. S69, NB close by as well, could potentially be sandwiched by these 2 teams, but for Osja, they want to take the pain onto Yangon Galacticos.
And Yangon Galacticos, they at least managed to make it into the circle, but now the fight will continue on inside of this shack area with Yangon Galacticos, Cloud now down, only Romeo left, the final player for Yangon Galacticos. He has to do it, but before that he has to heal up. That one trusty first aid, but from the side, came Nangax to take out Romeo. Yangon Galacticos, willpower at number 10.
It's just an unfortunate situation for Yangon Galacticos, losing 1 player early as well as a teammate being disconnected, I believe, so they don't have that strength in numbers to be playing together as a 4. This time around, PBMS, this was exactly what anticipated. Was going to be another team stopping them from getting in the circle. Both teams fighting for that spot there. But the beautiful nade coming in from Monboy will at least equalize the numbers, or at least Eckler knocked down already. I don't think there's any time for them to pick up their teammate. The blue zone chunks down the HP as well. And a 3-1 formation for PBMS will give them a lot of dividends, but that nade, beautifully done from KHI, will be able to find Pretzel. He gets knocked down. Monboy forced to reset as well. So the 3-1 formation cancelled. PBMS forced to play together this time around, so they're able to deny a bit more space, choke them against the blue zone. Another nade thrown out here, and it's beautiful. Hits perfectly onto blanks. And KHI stuck, unable to move, stopped the tracks. The only thing stopping them right now is the rock as well. Gets knocked. The splash damage too much to handle, and Migs barely alive. Gets the heal. Have to go for the reset with the tree line and the smokes, hoping to make a bit more space. But the slaughter, the onslaught of utility does not stop. It's waiting for the right time to just spread out, not happening. And Monboy, you gotta give it to him, aggressive as ever to be that first contact player.
12 eliminations now for PBMS after winning that fight. Now, they're looking for more elimination points. They still have a full squad. The next target is going to be SG right in front of them. Or it could be Burmese goals on the left side. It depends where they want to focus next. Now they're on their vehicle. Looks like they're going to put focus onto the shackle right in front of them. Making a turn. And they're going to crash in right now to SG.
A lot of damage thrown out already. Spretzel barely survives that first hit here. The team was very much ready for the aggressive push out here at 69. The team is so desperate to be able to bring it up all the way to the 16th place. Last 2 days fairly rough, but this time around looking to change it. A little bit more passive and more reactive plays, waiting for teams like PBMS to push toward them. PBMS nearly losing their life in that initial onslaught, but PBMS have other pages in their playbook. Can't go inside the building? Fine. Flush them out with the utility, with the nades, with the bombs, with the Molotovs.
But they need to find that angle. But time is not on their side right now. 3 teams on the southern side, including Burmese goals. And the circle will move away towards the northern side where Austria Esports and SG is at. But right now on screen we have S69 in this fight against DBMS. DBMS so far doing so good. But here comes Labo with the DBS gameplay. Raimon's on the other side though. But here comes Burmese Gold. They want to be the cleanup crew. They want to take those points for themselves.
They have been waiting patiently for the right opportunity to just fully eliminate and overwhelm both teams, stealing away some points. Burmese Goals now with 8 eliminations in the bag, all collected from people rotating into the circles from these fights as well. The third-party game is strong. Silent God, silent as ever. Managing to catch Austria off guard. With one member knocked down already, the space taken away. Jarrell bouncing around like a bunny, peeking over this terrain as well. Sprays out. Chip damage only and only that. His teammates being knocked already. Has to put in the space, has to go for that reset. They cannot afford to lose more members, especially in such a critical time like this. In the final few parts of the circle, but Rancer should be able to be taken away in terms of points and Nico to follow.
And MM comes up to the high ground. Jarrell, he's very low on bullets. He needs this loot in. Loot came in at the right time and now he's well stocked up again. While this was happening, Austria Esports just got eliminated at number 4. Now this fight will still continue on with NB coming in. They want to be the third party. They want to pick up the scraps here from that fight. Now against SG.
NB in a 1-1-2 formation. 2 members keeping SG in check while the other 2 keeps a whole eye out onto BG as well. Now BG, they are currently in the middle of that reset. No clue where the other members of NB are, at least while the smokes are up. But gotta give it to Godspeed. Keeping a close eye out, giving a lot of space as well as coverage for his teammates to be able to reset again. Godspeed had taken a lot of damage in return from XDXY, but space is just running out for him. The blue zone pushing over into that backside. You move up toward the terrain, you are going uphill, which means that you are in such a very vulnerable position. Your head open to be shot.
Well, now these teams in the circles though, that includes the Burmese Goals. They should have a okay entry in, but NB is really, really close by. There's a team on the northern side in the circle right now, and that should be NB, okay? Anyway, for the other side, oh, it's SG that's in the circle, okay? So they have control right now. They need to stop Burmese Goals from coming in, but it's going to be NB shooting down the Burmese Goals while SG monitoring the situation.
NB, the only thing that's separating them is just this terrain. They're doing a great job of just kind of like moving back and forth, poking their head just a little bit, putting in a bit of damage and then backing off. It's keeping the rest of BG at bay, but the rest of BG with those vehicles able to just brute force a little bit more space into their hands, but still not a lot of space to work with. Circle push toward the centralized area of the circle. No one fully has control, and SG is looking to change that.
And let's see who will be the Queenmaker here. It could be NB, it could be BG, it could be SG themselves. As the circle is now really, really tight at stage number 8. A couple of players from BG now in the circle, now the zone will start to chase them in. They'll be forced to move further forward. 2 different sides of crosshairs, aiming down onto them with Jarrell getting Ichi. What star players for Burmese Goals? They might not have time to pick Ichi up.
No time, no space as well. The only thing that they have in terms of cover is this tree line and the smokes. You can see XZXY as well, just hovering onto the right side here. It's a perfect pizza-shaped crossfire for him and his teammates to be able to play off one another as well. And everyone is taking a lot of damage here. Caps falls, Jarrell as well. MM, last one still very much alive. Left alone in the corner, but not happening, not holding. Because BG is unstoppable with 10 eliminations. Gets the reset here, perfectly played, allowing for NB to be the distraction for the team. Lil Laka will be the one also to fire back.
Oh, and looks like BG, Burmese Goals, they have the best chance right now. They have the manpower, but SG, they are healing up. They're picking out their teammate. While for NB, they don't have that space. Jarrell now opening up the space towards the right side where BG is at. The molly will be on his side, but it will not land at all to Jarrell. MM fires through the grass, trying to hit the members of NB, but at the same time, they have to be careful of the blue that's closing them down. Caps managed to heal up, and the Unknown gets eliminated. That guy's in trouble right now. He does have DBS, goes in for the 1v1. A little more help on his opponents, and with the help of his teammates, they will take out their opponents. Here comes SG against BG to wrap things up, and from the back, the one that landed the final blow is still Burmese Goals.
The Burmese Goals are Phenomenal, this one from the southern side, barely having any space to work with, slowly making their way up into the circle. And they have really managed to handle both teams very well. NB on the western side, they dealt with that team first, completely ignoring SG and letting NB put in the damage to SG to dwindle down the numbers. A lot of wait and see moments, but it felt like a 1, 2, 3, now we strike moment. And these calls toward the end of game was just perfectly executed.
And this is also the second chicken dinner for Burmese Goals. And they are one of the teams that can be in the running for that #1 spot to take it over from Nexus Vanguard and also Sin. It's going to be interesting once we tabulate the scores later on for Burmese Goals. But this team, definitely one high potential team. Half of them used to be from the legendary Genesis Esports, and that is Godspeed as well as Ichi. Now join forces with Yatka and Unknown to form Burmese Goals. And look at the amount of eliminations that they have. 14 eliminations this round.
You know, interesting enough, we did see PBMS put in, I think, the same amount of numbers, at least 8 or 9 eliminations before getting knocked out. But unfortunately for them, they were aggressive too early and they were severely punished for it. But for Burmese Goals, a little bit more of a quiet start, but their call to get a little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive toward the mid-round of the game, especially into circle number 6, I believe, was just a really good one. Catching so many teams in the midst of rotations, getting good control of the area as well toward the mid-side of the circle has been a great call. Regardless, let's talk a little bit more about their strats after the highlights.
Well, with Burmese Goals, Chicken Dinner, they scored 24 points. But in the double-digit club, we still have PBMS here. 17 points is still very, very good. And then we have SG with 10 points, NB with 10 points. S69, who's in the hunt for top 16, still on page 1, this time with 5 points.
Interesting enough, I think in this situation, while we do see a lot of teams not getting in very early, like GX, OF, Goa as well, in this situation, I don't think that we're seeing the same story happen again, except for the beginning, I think, where GX and GG were just really stuck together, very, very early fights. But I'm loving the fact like teams like PG, teams like S69 are showing a different tune on how exactly they approach fights today. PG, in terms of survivability and playing as a 4, especially I think since Honda is playing with them, it's providing a lot of guidance for the team in changing up the way they approach these games and the calls as well. As for S69, you can see a lot more passive approach. They are a little bit more dominant, but I feel like they could benefit by getting a little bit more proactive in movement and positioning on the map.
And you spoke about S69, they're currently at number 17, only 3 points behind GG to be in the top 16 as of now. So they're getting closer and closer to that. OF not too far as well, 41 points. AF and PG, they need to do a little bit more work, but there's still games to go, so not all hope is lost. But for these top 4 teams, amazingly done in this round with BG, 14 eliminations. Same goes for PBMS, the same amount of eliminations, followed by SG with 4 and NB with 5. And out of all these teams who made it into the top 4, SG only had a full squad time of 12 minutes 41 seconds.
They lost one of the members fairly early as well, if I'm not mistaken, as I think they managed to get caught out by one. But I have to say, like, a lot of these teams, they have an idea on how to approach that late game, whether or not they have a full squad. And speaking of players that are doing phenomenal right now, it's Godspeed. I think for him, it's putting in that damage. The high amount of damage here has been a lot from pre-fires, people in the middle of rotation, seeing someone in, I would say, the tree line, the grasses, the bushes as well. And he's just leaving nothing to chance. A lot of time, because he's so aware and adept, his game sense is on another level. He's able to run away with so many kills this way. Regardless, let's talk a little bit more about this team after this, because we are going to Erangel.
Well, we're all done with Sunhawk. Now we're gonna move to the OG map of Erangel. And of course, we're also gonna rotate the groups. This time, Group A is gonna come back here. It's gonna be A, C, D, and E. So Group B, that comprises of Osja, D-Max, PBMS, that's on fire today, and well, on fire themselves, will be on a break this round. So A, C, D, E will be battling out in the OG map, Tash.
Yeah, it's gonna be the first one of the day as well. So, I mean, they have had wraps yesterday, so it's very, very much unpredictable. I think yesterday was one of those days where the circle has been, I think, very unforgiving. We had a Milta circle, we had a Lipovka circle, we had a SMB circle, and we had a Severny circle as well, which was very, very unusual, but very, very hard. But you all know that these kind of maps or these kind of circles are always very, very to watch to see where the circle goes on Erangel.
Let the crazy circles continue from yesterday, that is. We saw a military-based circle, we saw a Milta Power circle, Kameshki circle, and then somewhat of a Jogopu-ish northern circle. Yeah, somewhat like that. But it's still an interesting circle yesterday. So hopefully we get more here in this Erangel. Starting with a flat pipe up door from Severny all the way down to Noble. So one of our conversations that we had yesterday is for S69 to maybe leave Severny for Generation X. And this time it seems like they're switching up their strategy, which is a great call.
Honestly, GX is just one of those teams that happened to have another drop spot with another team. Like just now it was GG and GX. Here has always been, you know, S69 as well as GX as well. But the problem with S69 was that they just weren't winning their team fights. Out of the many, many team fights they had yesterday early in the game, they only managed to win one. And that is with so much losses. So I think sometimes you just gotta let it go. You guys gotta figure out a different way to play. And this is exactly what we're expecting today. Not surprised at this outcome, but I'm very excited to see how their rotations are going to be, how they're going to be navigating through this map as well. But most of the time, these drop spots, yeah, while it's early, it does kind of like matter when you want to drop. But the circle will dictate how the rest of your of the games are going to go. And I think it's more of a centralized circle here. We might be seeing a repeat of yesterday for that circle close by to Georgia Paul, perhaps.
Or if it goes to the Kaka Mountain, that would be pretty fun as well. That's one of the interesting areas in this circle. Happen to be centered in stage 1 circle. Though, of course, you can move away, that's fine. But if it does move away to make it even more challenging and interesting, if it lands on North Jogopul, that'll be pretty fun to watch as well. Looking at this circle, looks like we already have 2 teams inside of Jogopul. So they will have a good start there. Tons of loot in Jogopul itself. So they will have a very nice chill one at the very beginning.
I wouldn't be surprised if Young Galacticos left hospital and just straight up go up the potato hill and just kind of lord up there. Gives you a lot of, I would say, cover. Gives you a lot of pressure to the teams rotating from ruins or the southern side of the map as well. Hell, if you want to catch people in the middle of rotating from Jojopol, it can work very well as well. So starting to see the big migration happening here. A lot of teams coming in from the eastern side. I'm talking about GG, RNG, and even BG. But I think TTQ has other things in mind. They're taking the longer rotation from Quarry side.
But because of this circle, there's still like a lot of ways to play it, right? So you can pretty much rotate from anywhere. That's still fine. I don't expect to see like, teams blocking each other at stage 1. Maybe stage 2, once the circle is kind of a bit more decisive, whether it will truly end on the main peninsula around the area of Gaka, or it goes up to the northern side. So for stage 1, since we don't see early encounters even from S69, we're probably going to see more maybe stage 2 or stage 3 even onwards.
Bit more of a quiet start. I mean, we're so not used to seeing this non-early fights coming in from GX in Erangel as well. But regardless, curious to see how these rotations are going to be going. I don't think a lot of teams did change Travis, if you think about it. The only one that had a major change was S69, but even then, it's more of a quiet start for them as well. They really want to avoid these early fights. I think PG and GG did pass by each other, but I don't think they really want to commit quite yet. Now, for SMB here, only 2 teams did drop toward the southern side of the map, which was Goa as well as NX. If Goa does decide to rotate in from the western bridge, it's a high possibility they'll be going in against TTQ. And TTQ yesterday did have, I would say, many times they were safeguarding that western bridge and catching people in the midst of rotation to or from SMB.
Ooh! Okay, alright. I thought that shot came from Davan, but it actually came from Ichi. So Davan didn't expose himself, 2 sets of vehicles passed by and nobody actually saw him. And Burmese Goals will claim the first blood. Oh man, that was a bit of a surprise. Davan, he survived and he's still there. Look at the minimap amongst now the Burmese Goals players.
I mean, Davan hasn't moved at all. I think we did see PG pass by GG. I mean, I don't think he even moved a muscle. I think he knew that if he did show his hand, he might be in trouble. And because of that, because PG was rushing by, I would say BG, it gave him a lot of dividends, a lot of space as well for him to be able to get up and move away as soon as BG vacate this area.
Yeah, he needs to wait for BG to leave, right? And well, without them noticing Davan, I guess there won't be any much incentive for them to stay there, so they should be leaving that area soon. It's just a matter of time right now. But for PG, lost 1 player. Not the best of news for PG since they're number 20 right now. And the fact that they need the points in, starting with 3 players is not good.
Keeping an eye out on the rest of the map right now. I think the map had, I think, what, about 30% of water. Not a lot of space as well if you think about it, especially this early. A lot of teams don't really want to commit to the edges side of the circles as well. I think a majority of them are already inside toward Potato Hill. As expected, Yango Galacticos are going to be taking over the Potato Hill area. And as soon as they vacate Hospital, 2-4 has already taken in that spot as well where they were.
Another juggernaut team here, Rangers, now starting to make their move. But based on where they're at, there are already a lot of teams around the area, but I don't see any team on top of the Garkam mountain yet. Nobody's committing to that area, despite it being in the center of stage 1 circle. It's kind of funny for me, because normally teams would just want to go up there. Okay. Now on screen, there's actually 1 team already there. And maybe that's why Rangers, they're like, okay, there's somebody up there, we probably did the scouting, so we decided to commit, we stay on the lower ground, which is fine. If there's no team up there at all, then it will be a big question mark. But I guess the answer is that there already is.
No sounds early. I think the only casualty just now we saw was that first blood coming in from PG. EF a bit late, so they'll still be inside of that blue zone. Regardless, Yango Galacticos up there in the mountains already. Very happy to lord over. Sending over, I think, Say Cloud to just really scout out the bottom side there. Not too sure if he will be meeting up with NB here. And speaking of meeting up with players here, Davan, he's been seeing so many teams pass by him. He's not even moved a muscle. He's understanding very well how far he is compared to the rest of his teammates on the southern side of the map here. But as Sin rotates into the circle and the area as well, Burmese Goals, they are very hot today. You can tell they're very aggressive, putting in a lot of pressure to the players of Sin in the midst of rotations. But Sin, you know how they are. If they make their mind, if they want where they want to go in the map, they will go. They will ignore these fights, and they have their protocols on how to react.
Well, Yahiko's reacting to the fact that Yango Galacticos is in front of him, and now they will get Romeo. 1 point for NB, and Yango Galacticos, they lost that 1 player. Not the situation to be in. But, of course, if they want to be thinking of this objectively, staying in the top 16, I wouldn't be too worried about Yango Galacticos. Perhaps they could be saving themselves for tomorrow.
Could be. Circle's getting more tight now. I mean, at least toward the middle side here. There you go. Full control of that mountain there from Yango Galacticos. Bird's eye view could potentially get a bit more active. People rotating into the circle there as he spots one out there. Munat Boy, his first reaction is just immediately shoot. RNG has been kind of dancing with death this entirety of the map. He's just been passing by so many different teams and somehow surviving, not even taking any damage from that. Now the circle will still favor them for the time being, so Yango Galacticos happy to be right smack dab in the circle, happy to have the highest point in the circle in their hands. Another team could wrestle that mountain away from them. I'm thinking maybe BG who can climb up and just maybe take away half the terrain from them. It's not impossible.
Yeah, not at all, especially now with stage 2 and the circle is still there. maybe teams will start to challenge for that area. It's just maybe a matter of time, or let's see which team will have the courage to do so. Of course, it's not going to be easy, but if the circle does end up there, then at some point they will need to do it. Or Goa might be the one to challenge. Okay, they are trying to hike up. It's Clay Jr. parks himself just right below Young Galacticos. Mernad is looking at him in case he does anything funny or he moves a little bit further forward. And so far, they can't really do that since Mernad has his eyes on them.
He's marked them very well as well. And as soon as if they do decide to take the trek up, it's just gonna be a pepper of bullets from Heaven's side for them. So in this situation, best just play close side to the terrain, protect your heads, and you don't have to worry too much about watching your backs. And speaking about watching their backs here, SG rushing straight into the compound where GX has been holding for quite some time here. I think Isis is very aware that Miner has already reached the compound, decides to leave the house, moving behind the vehicle, but little does he know that the players of SG was aware of that play, sprays the heck out of him, and he's gone down and out. No chance for his teammates to even revive. They don't care about baiting here. They just want kills.
Well, Darrow could probably get it with the SLK. And just needs to find his target. Miner gets clocked from the other side and clocked out in the open on that bridge. And Jarrow would on to claim the elimination point. And so far so good for SG. Looks like they have cleared out this compound and much more to loot for them.
Taking a lot of damage from that initial encounter, and gotta give it the speed coming in from SG is just really scary to deal with. How decisive they are when it comes to breaching compounds. They have a two-way push into the air to make sure that both corners are cleared as well. Managed to isolate all the players of GX from being able to crossfire each other as well. Now over onto the mountains again, go up. I don't think they're in a position to reposition or move around either, because as soon as they move out, you know these sprays coming in, especially from Renat Boy, can be quite lethal. It's gonna be an immediate knock, and then suddenly all their formations are just gonna fall apart.
Well, because they are still in the circle, so I guess they still have the time to hold. But let's see where the circle will shift in about 5 more seconds. And they should still get the circle, considering how this current circle is. We'll get a confirmation in a little bit more, and yes, they will still have the circle. So Young Radicals will want to hold on to this Gaka Mountain. But the Gaka Mountain, they probably don't have enough players to guard the right side of it. So that could be a point where they could be breached if they are not aware of any incoming teams from that side.
A lot of teams rotating in from the southern side here, and it's all wide open areas. Could be beneficial for Young Galacticos to just pick off some kills in the middle of these 4v4s, or I think 3 teams or 4 teams just fighting each other as well. But I have a feeling that KHI also want to contest this one. You can see how IKER as well is just traversing up. The same could be said about 214 right now. So this is a very valuable piece of real estate, at least the one that's being held by Young Galacticos. My question is, if 2 or 3 teams push toward them, are they able to hold on?
Well, now you might get that answer, because here comes 214, and KHI is the team on the right side of the Gaka Mountain. Will be challenged by 214. Seeing now the elimination feed, looks like Young Galacticos Smile actually got Lion from 214. Okay, he's at the lower ground, so his teammates should be able to pick him up, but the other members will need to buy time until KHI does anything interesting. But from afar, it's going to be Unknown spraying down to 214. 214 has at least 3 different teams to deal with now.
A long range, very lethal chip damage coming in from Unknown as well. I think for BG, while they don't have the upper advantage in terms of high ground like KHI, like Young Galacticos, that cover they have can be very, very invaluable. And even more, beneficial for them is, say that the circle does pull away from the mountains. That means every single player that is going down the mountain are practically sitting ducks.
Yeah, so if you are able to climb all the way up, that will be the best case scenario. But of course, if you can't, then, well, you have to find a hiding spot, just like what 214 is doing right now. And KHI is trying to sniff them out. But KHI, they cannot overextend as well, because they could be the targets for Burmese goals. But Mix still able to get 3. It actually came from Unknown from Burmese goals. And Unknown will not give away the point. 3 gets eliminated, and here comes Cram with the DBS gameplay. Cram takes one back, gets Kaler instead, and now the rest of KHI, they want revenge against Cram.
They want to, but they can't really push out either, especially with the amount of pressure coming in from BG, who are just putting in not only pressure but long-range pickoffs as well. Even if you want to push up, even if you want to follow up, if you don't have cover, you cannot commit to this. And Kram is probably smiling and saying, "Thanks, BG. I didn't know we have an unholy alliance going on for the time being."
Yeah. With the fact that you have other teams here, well, it could be an unholy alliance or it could be an alliance. But it's definitely an unholy one because, you know, you wouldn't know who's there. You see a moving target, you just shoot.
Oh, what a nade.
Circle-wise, looks like it's going to favor BG.
He's barely alive.
Nade rain down the Kram now 10% of health left, and it's going to be an easy flush there by KHI to take out 214.
No, he was really waiting for so long, but KHI really wanted it. And despite all that pressure, they still took up that space. They still go in for those fights. And now another team is being pressured right now is GG. Taking a lot of damage from those nades as well. Goa looking to just completely overwhelm and choke. Yango Galactico still on the upper side of the mountain. And as the circle is going to be pulling away, I believe that these fights are going to get even more intense here because Yango Galacticos has to push to the western side of the circle. The other teams are looking to climb up and they can't.
Well, for Goa, they need to get out of this sticky situation. Look at this. At least 4 different teams around the area. With Yaku Radical still at the top of this hill and they have access into the circle. So they can be the one to stop all these teams from coming through. While Goa Rex gets Davan, GG now only has 2 players left. And the 2 players are also on the outside of the circle. They're fighting hard to get through. They must win this fight against Goa. They have no choice.
Feels like a tale as old as time for GG, who's they've been picked off one by one, aren't able to shoot back, forced behind barely any cover as well. But this time around, PG, they don't want to have the same storyline for them today. They want to change their fate and as well the trajectory as Beckham quickly finds Labo, deletes him out from the map, and they want more here. Honda rushes forward, the most aggressive player we've seen so far. Clearly, with the amount of years he's had in the game, he's able to provide a bit more information as well as aggression to the team. I think it's been such a different tune this team has been singing ever since he's been joining the ranks since yesterday here. Surviving a bit better and winning these team fights. Massive plays, but Goa cannot hold on because TTQ are looking to fill in the blanks. Any space that's been left behind from the team that Goa has overwhelmed, gone.
Oh, but it's also too bad that S69 have been eliminated, no points at all. They're on the verge of getting into the top 16. Right now it's going to be Sin and Rangers with Jappy on his knees. Nades rained down by Sin. Rangers, they try to respond back with their own nade, try to land it into the building, trying to get a knockdown at least, trying to find an advantage, but they can't. It's not that easy. Now that Sin has this compound locked in, and now the pickup is happening while Range and Jipna, they try to buy time. Jipna from afar, scoping down, trying to get the members of Sin, but still not able to.
He's too far, can't see anything. The smokes as well, not helping his vision. His teammates, dire situation, but they're still gonna try and fight back here. The only thing separating Sin and the rest of RNG right now is just the walls of this compound. And Sin, they have protocols going on here, separating from one another, playing in those smokes, just try to reposition. But it means that it's a compound left behind already. They could play a game of smokes and mirrors. They can play a little bit more QC, watching the corners. But DJ, he has other things in mind. He wants to go a bit more aggressive. His teammate gets knocked down here. The timing is just not opportune for him. But Dale's timing is just so good. Range comes in, pre-fires abound here, plays a bit of ring around the Rosie, but you can't! Where is he coming from? In the door to the left!
Oh, and it's Sin coming up on top against Rangers. Sin with 4 elimination points. Won it nice and clean. They did not lose a single player. They definitely want to chase Yaku Radicals at the top, and Yaku Radicals at this moment, they have 9 elimination points. Let's see, will they still get the circle now that it will shift again, and Yaku Radicals will still have an easy access in the circle at the top.
No one is trying at all to go to the middle side of the circles. Out there in the open, just wide open roads. If anything, I can expect that a lot of teams are going to be playing to the side of the circle. Terrains should be something that teams will be fighting for. As KHI as well, Young Galacticos on the upper hand here. The same could be said about Sin. This is the final compound, at least at the southern side of the circle here. In front of them, wide open fields. You don't want to lose this area. And PG, they're looking to contest. Dropping down their MVP from Team Pool to fall. WXKX as well. And TTQ are looking to join in the fight as well.
And Ranked could not secure the clutch. But now, like what you said, time to quick Esports. They want a piece of this fight. And PG, they have to reset quickly. PG, one of the teams hunting for the top 16 spot. And with the fact that S69, GG, they have been eliminated this round. PG, they have to make the most out of it. Lucky enough for them that Time to Quick Esports, they only have 2 players, so they're not playing the active or aggressive approach. They're happy to be within the circle.
Most teams still hanging out around the outside area of ruins here. With BG becoming the gatekeeper, you know what happens when they do. You're not going to have the easiest time to break into that circle either. The same could be said about the south side. Django Galacticos, they've sent 2 players down the mountain, leaving only SayCloud on the top side there for some long-range pickups, and he has been very adept at that. But TTQ here, hoping to see whether or not PG would breach the compound, could have forced them to be going into these CQCs in terms of, I would say, loot. As they're not sure of it either. They have a lot of boxes in front of them from the previous team they were able to overwhelm, which was Sin.
Okay. But Honda's cooking up this nade though. It could land onto the member of Time to Quick Esports, and it did! Not enough to knock him down, but still major damage on the other side. And finally, Honda will get maybe with the Molly. And that is Time to Quick Esports. Only one player left at the side. It's going to be funny. The long ranger for Time to Quick Esports. 1v2. He gets one. Looking for the second one. Could this be an actual clutcher by Bunny? Bunny needs to reload. He does not have space. As PG will come in all together onto him. Taking out Time to Quick Esports number 7.
That is how you play a tag team play. 1, 2, 3, swing for one end and then swap out with the other. Nayaf this time around, it's their turn. They're in trouble. Vehicles smoking as well. As teams are looking to just fight for this control of this area, the ruins side, the outside area of ruins. BG has control of a compound terrain as well. So like it or not, they have to play this bit by bit, baby steps at a time. Not only they have to fight with NX on one area, they also have to climb that terrain, fight against BG, and if say they make too much noise, you can see some long-range pickoffs. They're coming from KHI and even from Master Smile.
But now the long range might happen here between these 3 teams. You can see on screen, we got AF. In front of them is going to be Nexus Vanguard. And they will fight until the next stage for sure. Coming soon in about 10 more seconds. Likely that circle will move away. And this fight, it looks like it will continue on with Super Loki getting Parker. But Gens is together with him at the right side. Nevertheless, Parker will be eliminated. Interesting enough that circle hard shifts towards the right side. So all these teams, they are still in it.
Waiting for that right opportune moment to just peek, but since no one is, Escape is forced to show his hand, hoping that some of the bullets would actually connect. The Annex, they say, okay, freeze, stop. We don't have to move quite yet. We are inside the circle for the time being. We have a few more seconds before the circle decides to shift. KHI, despite sharing the same terrain, finally, after so long, decide to open it up right now, as SayCloud will be the one to fall. Not able to fully take away that kill quite yet. And while Django Galacticos, they send Mernat Boy out just to take away that space, give a bit of time and space for SayCloud to be picked up. But Mernat Boy in a very dangerous position, getting long range picked off by BG from the bottom side of that terrain of the mountain.
And BG, speaking about them, they have the middle of the circle right now. But we're checking on what's happened on the top of this mountain. KHI and Django Galacticos. Both of them will need to leave this top of the mountain. KHI, 2 active players, the Mios as well as Mix, Blanks, still being picked up. Not yet though. Okay, he's trying to get to him. On the left side, PG. Now they're the best spot possible away from all these other teams. A lot more fights are expected to happen on the right. And we're back onto the mountain. Surely these 2 teams will try to cancel each other.
Still another team on the outer side here. PG hasn't breached the circle quite yet. And understandably so. They have to wait a little bit longer. They have some time, but I think as time ticks, they're about to rush in with those vehicles. But the same could be said about KHI here. Any last tiny bits of the mountain they're trying to wrestle away. Django Galacticos, suddenly from the king of the hill to the one that needs to get off that hill so quickly. Marnat Boy has the tiny side of the edge of the circle as well. His teammates slowly trying to make their way down. But it's not easy because every time they try to go out there in the open, you have players like Master Ichi, like Godspeed, like Lil Yatka just completely just shooting at them. But the same could be said about Marnat Boy into this rotation of PG.
A nice long range there by Mernat. Take out a member of PG. But he's not out yet. SayCloud. Looks like PG. They respond with Beckham knocking him down. But now Beckham will be taken out this game. Thanks to Georgie from Nexus Vanguards all the way from the other side. Oh, nobody is safe right now. And now PG, they only have one active player. Remember that PG, they're in the hunt for top 16. They need those points in. They need to stay alive as long as possible. As Smile will finish off Leezy. Now confirm PG, one player left.
Yeah, Galactico's numbers are also dwindling down, but coming back to your point about PG, they are on the hunt, but look at their eliminations right now. They have one of the top number of eliminations here in this lobby, 7 already, just by them. Looking very good right now.
Need more than 7. The points are still quite far. Bare minimum at this point, 46 points to even up with GG. One more player to go. Let's see how long more that he can last. The longer that he can last, the more points that he'll be able to get. More fights happening on the right side with now Nexus Vanguard, Superboy down on the ground. And looks like Georgie will be the one at the forefront right now for Nexus Vanguard to get the up.
Nice long-range fight. Georgie was just very opportunistic about this, and they have been very patient playing toward the eastern side of that circle here. Dwindled down the numbers a bit, and I think they're about to collapse onto the other members of AF right now. Young Galacticos playing a more passive approach, just holding on to the ends of the terrain and the mountain. I think they're just going to be playing right at the edge of the blue.
And now the one that's in the circle is going to be Burmese Goals. Full squad. Sounds like a similar situation like how they have been inside of Sign-Off previously. Here comes Young Radicals with the Honda, the OG player for PG. Honda very, very low. But he could not withstand the might of the two players from Young Radicals, Smile and Mernad, as they will claim the position on the left side of the circle. Back onto the right side. 3 teams still here.
Very, very rough movement into the circle from every single team, but it's BG that chose to play on the lower ground, knowing that there's just so many teams on top come out, and they're just choosing the second best option, and it's working very well in their favor. KHI forced inside this compound right outside of the blue. They want to rotate in as well. It's not going to be easy, and they try. Lil Yatka, they react so quickly. As soon as they hear the sound of the cars, the footsteps as well, they say, okay, you know what, let's spray the heck out of them. They're going to be in such vulnerable positions as they go in for that rotation.
Ooh, this nade almost landed on the Mix. Mix is alright, he can still move his vehicle with the smoke bridge created. He needs to find a little bit more space anyway, so it looks like he's going to relocate himself up north. Well, we're going to focus on the BG right now. They need to defend their ground against multiple angles, multiple teams, as Godspeed will be gunned down, Unknown down to the ground as well. And BG only 2 players left, but they are still in the compound. It could be breached anytime soon with KHI just next to them, and Nexus Vanguard also getting closer and closer.
Surprised that Young Galacticos here. I mean, we've seen them do it again, but every time they do this, being able to survive as a 2, as a 3, all the way till the end, very, very quietly, will never, ever fail to surprise me. The same could be said right now. I think strength in numbers right now is all about Nexus Vanguard. They stayed fairly quiet. The only team they really, really had full 4v4 fights was against AF just now. And they have a lot of majority of the eastern side of that circle. They're just hoping and praying for BG to take this fight against KH if they can, which gives them a lot of space and opportunity to third party if they decide to join in.
And they could do that anytime soon. It's just a matter of who wants to pull the trigger, who wants to make the big moves first. Nexus Vanguard's the only team with a full squad now. Okay, and they're spreading out against BG. They're only looking at BG. No one's really paying attention to Young Radicals. While Young Radicals, they pop that smoke. So now a little bit more attention drawn to them as Smile will relocate himself together with his vehicle. Anyway, they are okay here on the left side of the circle, away from all the action. I'm sure they will be fine with the fact that 3 teams on the other side, they don't want to be involved. Let them fight with each other, and then they come in later.
Everyone's just quiet right now, holding on to the last bits of terrain compound that they have to use. The only thing that can change the trajectory of this fight right now is either a movement that just gets caught out in the open, maybe a micro angle and a spray. I wouldn't be surprised to see that coming in from either, say, NX or even BG, KHI as well, if you want to add that to the menu. But at the same time, you know, for many of these teams, it's all about just kind of praying that the circle will just slowly make its way, push someone out in the open, and they're able to overcome and overwhelm.
Well, it could be Nexus Vanguard now overwhelming Burmese Goals as they're getting closer and closer with WTZ now at the forefront. They're all in the circle. They're coming on stage 9, but yet we have 4 teams here. 4 teams, 11 players remaining in stage 9. That's a whole bunch there. It's going to be explosive at stage 9. Here we go. Stage 9, countdown, 8 seconds, and the zone will close.
Proning, waiting for our time. I'm not sure if NX actually did manage to catch a glimpse of the members of Young Galacticos. We saw some jump peaks earlier from the right side of the map. Yep, with the nades coming through, it means that they did manage to see Smile. Gonna be using the skeleton of that vehicle just for a bit of cover for the time being, because he did explode just now. So in terms of mobility, definitely out for them as well. Superboy at the open, WTZ as well. And for Burmese goals, so adept and aware that they have the advantage in terms of their compound as well.
But speaking about compound, now KHI, they're going to share the same exact house, exact compound with Burmese goals. Black's just behind them. But then Burmese goals, they're busy just managing all these teams around, including Nexus Vanguard. While Young Galacticos still staying prone, still waiting for the fight to break up before they come in. Lots of nade tossed into this compound area. Nobody gets knocked yet. We see that KHI, 2 players taking a bit of damage, but they're still fine for now. For now, that is. That's the key word. Because now, the blue is just right behind KHI. They'll be forced to move as EG is ready for it.
Nice lead as well. Takes down a majority of Blank's HP. Now Demi-OS is just forced out in the open and immediately taken out there by the members of NX, because they weren't aware that the whole team was just lying in wait over the outer side of the area, out there in the open as well. Unknown goes out to check, but making sure that he stays out of sight as well, knowing and seeing the amount of gun barrels pointed toward him. Blanks falls, goes down to the play zone, but NX, they have other things in mind. They decide to climb. The high ground advantage gives them so much value to steal away the kills from Young Galacticos. Eliminated already, but they've done the damage. 11 eliminations in the bag. For BG, they're stuck down there in the bottom side of the house. Cannot go in, cannot push out. And NX are looking to choke. Rush them forward, shoots them in the face right now, and it's just a brush off the dust. And Nexus Vanguard claim another chicken dinner to their name.
Well. That emoji came in just at the right time, brushing off the shoulders. This is Nexus Vanguard, ladies and gentlemen, with their 3rd chicken dinner. Again, another top team scoring the chicken dinner. All these teams, they really want that number 1 spot, and it will continue to change towards the end of the day. Nexus Vanguard from Myanmar scoring this chicken dinner from the hands of Burmese goals.
It was a more quiet start for them. It's been mostly about those rotations, and I am not surprised. It's not the easiest of circles. I mean, yeah, it is quite centralized, but the terrain was so unforgiving. If you're late to the area, you don't have the high ground advantage. You are very much on the back foot. And they understand this predicament. What is page 2 of their playbook if they are at the back foot? Well, let's just take it easy. Move back, let the teams fight first. We're out here in the open. We don't have to force anything. And they're collecting all of these eliminations just by the last few circles as well, in the middle of teams rotating and doing these dire, desperate pushes into the middle side of the area.
And coming in with the 11 eliminations, definitely no chill here for Nexus Vanguard. 21 points collected. Surely now they'll be back on top at number 1. Just how far will be the points? That will be something that we'll tabulate later as we check out the highlights for the best moments in this round.
Okay, here we go. Let's have a look at the scores right now. 21, so far ahead of the rest of the pack, but I have to give it to Young Galacticos here. They were in the back foot when it came to that last few circles. They had to make their way down the Gatka Mountain, out there in the open, stopped by teams like BG, like KHI. Surviving as a 2 all the way up to the top 4 is an impressive feat in itself. So because they had collected an insane amount of eliminations throughout the entirety of this first few circles, it did put them on the top side, regardless of whether or not NX was the one to run away with that chicken dinner.
But too bad for S69. They lost a bit of steam in this round when they are still on hunt for the top 16. Now, just to look at the overall score, Nexus Vanguard ahead of Young Girls by 5 points at this moment, and they have 3 chicken dinners so far for Nexus Vanguard. But anyway, at the top, the points are close, but it's not the main agenda here today. The main agenda is who is going to be in the top 16. Still, GG at number 16 and S69 trailing behind them by 3 points.
Still very competitive here, the top 16. I'm looking at GG, S69, OF as well. Big potential for a team like PG to catch up as well. Granted, I was quite surprised because before PG were knocked down just now, they had 7 eliminations, which is a lot better than the amount of eliminations we had in the previous games yesterday and even on day number 1. They're starting to gain steam here, but the question is whether it is too late or not, right? Now, the top 4 teams right now we're looking at is NX, Young Galacticos, KHI, as well as PG. PG, this is the team that has been so behind, hasn't been able to shoot back. And this is their statement play saying like, hey, there is a reason why we're here in the PMCL. And this is it. It's a bit late, but we do have some form of results.
Well, the one that came in with the best result is our MVP this time, Super Loki. With 4 eliminations, 364 damage, 293 damage taken, and a 23% team contribution. And of course, a maximum survival time of 28 minutes, 55 seconds. He has been showing a good performance overall, and hope that he'll be able to continue on that consistency because they will need more of him coming soon.
Oh yeah. I think for NX, in terms of consistency, I don't think it's going to be very much of an issue. I think the way they play is very stock center, is very, I think, straightforward as well. It's very, I would say, okay, early round, early game. It's all about getting the positioning, find the best area possible, avoid these unnecessary fights unless we really, really have to. And it's been working dividends because we only see them start to get really, really active toward, I would say, the late side of the mid half of the game before moving forward. And I think it's so important to remember why this is important, because for them, I think like the same team things, situations like Young Galacticos, like say Sin, it's been about finding the ideal position to be able to overcome other teams, stop them in the midst of rotation, be able to play as a 4. Survivability wise, I think every time NX has been able to make or get these chicken dinners or even the top 4s, they are one of those teams that will survive as a 4 toward the end.
Well, the one that keeps us alive and keeps us surviving is our official sponsor. Thank you so much, Techno, for being together with us. And this Techno, which is the Cayman 40 Premier 5G, is powered by MediaTek Dimensity 8350, and it delivers seamless and efficient performance for both everyday tasks and also demanding gaming sessions. Plus, with one-tap AI flash snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photos with just one tap. One tap, perfect.
Wow, you're really selling that. Love that, the way you say that, Sir Cloud. Anyways, after this, we are still looking at another, I believe it's another air angle. But before we talk more about that, let's have a look at our another collaboration with PUBG Mobile, which is the PUBG Mobile X Shelby. And this Shelby collaboration, I think like you said earlier, Sir Cloud, very vintage, looks very, very cool in the game. This is, if you are a car enthusiast and you love vintage cars, this is definitely something really awesome to add to your collection.
Yes, and you want to check out the new event as well to maybe add to your collection of content, especially the PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan is currently live inside the game, and you saw with the Titans themselves later on. Of course, during the break, you have some time, you can check out that event, something you don't want to miss out. And if you happen to do any content, don't forget the hashtag PUBGM X Attack on Titan. But before we head on to our next match, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run
And we are done with the first half, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are heading on to the second half of the day in the PMCL Summer 2025. And just to keep you guys up to speed, BBMS got the first chicken dinner, Burmese goes the second, Nexus Vanguard the third. But there's up to 4 games more before we lock in the top 16 teams to be in tomorrow's Super Weekend. How are you feeling so far for the day, Tag?
I think it's pretty exciting seeing all of these games so far today, and most importantly, the tone set by Nexus today is something that I really want to highlight here. The way they've been playing is very silent and deadly very early, but toward the end it just really catches you off guard, and by the time you realize that Nexus Vanguard is up upon you, you're basically out in the lobby. Regardless, another 2 more maps of Erangel before 2 more maps of Miramar. I think for a lot of teams this could be, I think, a sigh of relief, right? It's a balanced amount of 2 different maps where they can really mentally prep for if they feel like they're not too confident, but then Miramar they can mentally prep for like 2 Erangels at the very least. I think for teams on the top side, I believe on the top, at least top 8, they can at least breathe a sigh of relief that they are most likely going to be making it into that Super Weekend. But is that that other 8 on the bottom side there is where I start to question things, because it's just so competitive in terms of the ladder, especially the last few tails between, I think, 14 to 15, 16 is how close the scores are.
Yeah, because they are close, right? So all these rounds coming up and will matter for those teams. And it's still exciting to see. It's not like, okay, we already have like the bottom 4 teams not getting any chance, no shot for them at all. It's still nice to see that, okay, up till now, there's still a chance for those teams to be able to climb up to the top 16. But of course, they have to put in the work. S69, they came the closest. They're currently at number 17 with only a handful of points to be at least in number 16. But in the Erangel match, they kind of bottled it. No points at all collected by them. Hopefully, they'll be able to bounce back stronger in this next round.
Interesting enough, when you talk about match 4, I think we're seeing a few roster shuffles coming through with Lion going out for 2-4 and Wom coming into the fray. For S69, the team that you just mentioned, Master Toki, I think one of the biggest impact maker, swapping out with 666. And this is an interesting one for me because I think while 666 is pretty decent, is good, but Master Toki I think is one of the veterans, the one that I would say you want to be thinking about him when it comes to in-game experience. Will it actually change the trajectory of their game, or is it mostly just to make sure that Master Toki is a little bit more alive toward the end of the day, right? You have no idea because, you know, when it comes to these roster shuffles, strats are definitely something that you want to think about. And as for Dosja, Diko will be out, Fern X coming in.
So these teams keeping their players fresh for the second half, it seems. But totally understandable because there's a lot of games to be played, not only today, but they've been doing this sort of 7-game format since yesterday. And of course, they have to keep themselves fresh as well for those teams, especially that will be a play Super Weekend. And also the Smash rule, they can go up to 8 games maximum, but it can go as little as 2 games. So it really depends on what happens. And that's what makes the Smash rule fun. You just don't know what will happen that time. But this round, we also don't know what might happen. But Erangel is definitely an OG map that we all look forward to.
I think just now as well, regardless of it being a centralized circle, the Gatka area was a very, very hard terrain to work with. I think a lot of teams really struggled to really figure out whether or not they want to play on top of the mountain or go toward the open area. And now for me personally, I think the maps that are a little bit more unforgiving might be something I want to look at for. Regardless, Erangel, here we come.
And this is going to be Erangel with a flight path. Starting from the southern side, I see military base there. It should go all the way up, probably slightly on the left side. So some of the areas that we want to see, potentially an early fight. Maybe Saverni again. But if we're based on the last Erangel, the one and only Erangel that's played today, we didn't see an early fight. But things might be skewed just because of how different the flight path this time is as compared to the Erangel before.
Big problem for those who want to drop by toward mansion, prison, shelter, etc. But for those who are usually at the hospital side, Paul and even Ruins area shouldn't be an issue here. My question is where the circle will be shifting. If it goes toward the right side, we're going to be seeing a big early migration early. Especially from teams like, say, Young Galacticos 2 and 4, Austria, they are definitely teams that are a little bit more on the ball when it comes to these early rotations. It's been giving them a lot of dividends, especially to make sure that they make it to that top 5. It gives them a lot of points in terms of placement points. It gives them value in terms of being able to dictate who passes who and who is able to safely make it into the circle itself toward the later parts of the game.
Yeah, that will be determined by what kind of circle we're going to get as well. So far today's circle isn't that easy. That's around the area of Gaka, and looks like we're going to get a Gaka-centered circle again. Not too centered around the Gaka mountain, but you could still go there. I wouldn't mind a bit of that. But PBMS, they mind being shot at. So Raimon takes a bit of damage from the other side from OF. But as long as they're not knocked, they'll be fine.
Early pressure already. I mean, for OF, this is the reason why I think potentially they're playing a little bit more aggressive and trying to steal as many elimination points as they can is because I think in terms of points right now, they aren't necessarily on the top side here. They are currently at 41 points right now. So far behind if you want to make sure that they are, I think, completely safe in the top 16. If they want to make it top 16, they are about 5 points behind GG. And if they really want to secure themselves, they have to hit at least, I would say, 59 and above points.
Yeah, and for those points, yeah, that's important for them, for sure. But it's also important for the rest of the bottom 4. And that's where we'll keep an eye on. And let's also remember that, Tash, because we are rolling the groups, right? So for Group E, they will play up to the first Mirama. So basically for Group E, they have 3 more games to go. And who's in Group E? It is Young Galacticos, not worry about them. GG, maybe, because they're at number 16. AF, kinda. Goa, somewhere in the middle, so they're fine. So GG and AF, they basically have 3 more games to go to collect as many points as possible for a chance to be playing again tomorrow.
I mean, it's not going to be easy either. I mean, when you think about it, how close S69 with GG are only 3 points deficit. And interesting enough, GG is the only team currently at number 16 area with a chicken dinner. I mean, they had a one game where they just completely blow up, and then the rest has just been quite dismal for them here. I think, if anything, teams like OF and teams like S69 could just pull, a 180, be able to collect at least, I don't know, maybe 8 to 10 points, really push GG down and just build that solid lead ahead of them. So GG cannot feel comfortable right now. It must be a very, I think, terrifying situation, making sure that not only are you surviving in the game, but also making it toward the end. If anything, GG right now, I think their biggest problem, it hasn't been survivability, because they do survive toward the mid side of the game. It's just been trying to make sure that they get those extra points, winning those gunfights, because in most situations, GG rarely ever come up on top in a 4v4.
Yeah, so that's the thing about the GG, right? You will see them a lot on screen, but like what you said, their fight ticking isn't the best. So it's something they need to work out on. And they have 3 more games to go now. If not, they risk losing the top 16 spot and also the ticket into the Super Weekend. And because this season, we only have 2 Super Weekends. So if you lose one Super Weekend, next week, you not only have to get in, you have to perform very well to be in the grand final. So there's a lot of risk to not joining a single Super Weekend, or in other words, missing out on even one Super Weekend. And now that we have the point chart up, you can see how close and how risky GG's position is right now.
I think the amount of points separating 15 and 16th place is quite massive, if you ask me. It's like a 12-point deficit. That's a whole game. But 2-4 this time around, I think this might be the end for Nang X here. Austria, interesting enough, they are the team that had a big shuffle just now with Deco, being able to being taken out of the team, changing up the roster. Nang X, this was a very high-risk play and something that he did not anticipate, getting out this early, especially for Austria. I mean, in no way they are dangerously out of the game for the Super Weekend, but you want to try and keep up here, keep yourself active. And in this situation for Austria, changing the playbook page to 3-player mode.
And for Austria, how risky is their position? Okay, number 11, 65 points. It has to be like not only S69, but a lot of the other teams to push them down. Their risk is kind of low, but of course, you don't want to put yourself at a borderline number 16, something like that. So it's always nice to collect a few more points since they're somewhere in the middle. And now that we have the overall charts up, we get a good look about not only GG, but also Goa. So Goa's points, yes, they have a gap with GG of about, say, let's see, my math is killing me. 13 points. 13 points, that's kind of okay. So the risky one is still GG though, because not only S69, but also OF can catch GG. Can you imagine like two teams can actually catch you with just one round? That's how dangerous GG is.
S69 and OF, I think both these teams, they can make the impossible happen. They really can, but it's just been like for S69, I think I did mention before what their biggest problem was is that I think they changed out the way they played a bit more, reactive. It's been so passive as well, allowing other teams to go to them and, overwhelming them. For me, I feel like this rigidity has just been such a double-edged sword. Yeah, it keeps you alive toward the mid-side of the game, but when you're not proactive enough in terms of positioning, in terms of rotations either, you take too long, teams mark you as well, and as soon as they rush into your area, you cannot defend. And S69, they do have pop-off moments. They do have players that has really impressed me, like Master Toki, Master Rix. But for me personally, was it Master Toki? I believe it was, right? Yeah. But for them, it's just more of like when only two players are trying to backpack the whole team, you're not seeing that cohesion come through. It's gonna force them into a situation where they're not able to hold on and survive as a team to be able to play off each other's firepower. Speaking of not being cohesive right now, I think GX is just in a situation where things are going from bad to worse. You have one player getting knocked out on another area of the map. You have another player getting caught out in the midst of this rotation. And KHI is, I think they're so privy to the rotations. I think in the midst of this rotation, they see one pick off, they can overwhelm. They take advantage of that situation. And because of that, it gives them value in terms of points.
Even the baby is horrified with GX.
Baby?
A baby screaming at the background.
Oh!
Never mind. Yeah, it's like horrified. It's like the moment that happened, it's like you hear the screams like, ah! Yeah. But not too worried about GX. I'm not too worried about them. They're somewhere in the middle. It's just a nice bonus. You can climb up further, of course. But look at the circle. Centered around the Gatka Mountain again, just like before. Yangon Galacticos is on top of the mountain. Now they're the king of the hill, but this time the difference is that they have 4 players, so they can guard the hill better as compared to before.
This time around, I'm looking at positions right now. Yangon Galacticos playing the same strat they did last game, but this time around, a lot more, I would say, putting every single player on top of the hill instead of having, say, Cloud hanging around toward the hospital area. I think they prefer to just hold on to that top of the mountain safely as a 4, be able to hold on to a lot more space. And on top of that as well, it gives us so much value in terms of crossfires as well on the top side there. So I think good call in terms of readjustment on how exactly they approach the circle.
Oh, but the team seems to want to challenge the Gatka Mountain, okay. And understandable because it's right in the middle of the circle. But on the lower ground, we do have Goa passing by. And here we have it. A team inside this compound. It looks like GX. As Goa, they want to try to go in, but because of the molly is still active, they cannot go straight into the building. But now they have GX surrounded. Now picked up from the other side. Clay Jr. goes in. Goa gets the first member of GX. Sees the second one. Now down in the basement. Clay Jr. taking his time to just reload himself.
Oh my god.
Gathering enough information. Claude gets enough out of Clay Jr. Could this be a big clutch here by Claude? He's still in the basement.
A lot of pre-fires and wall bangs come through as well. The teammate's not able to hold. They can hear the reload as well, so they're very aware that Claude is somewhere down there. GX, their situation is getting dire right now. Just pops his head up, but nice protocols from Goa to be able to hold in as a team means that yeah, you can drop 2, but at the very least, one of them, only one singular hit is enough for them to be able to just really win this round. Now RNG is around the area, but I don't think that RNG is super interested in joining in that fray, at least for the time being, from what I'm seeing from the map feed. But for the rest of the teams here, the rotation coming in from Pachinki, PBMS coming in from there, OF as well as NX as well, later rotations. But for them, because the areas are just so far and wide right now, especially in the northern area, I think it's just easy pickings in terms of trying to figure out where exactly they want to park themselves next in terms of checkpoints.
Well, GG, they decided to go to South Jogopo and park themselves here instead. It's a very safe spot to be in around the container area because you have a lot of cover around here. But the fact that they are sharing the same area with NB, that's definitely not fun. But because of this container area, again, there's so much cover here, NB, they won't have a good clear shot unless they're going for a CQC. And NB is not really interested in that yet. And now it's stage 3 circles, still around the area of South Jogopo. It looks like NB might still hold on unless they want to pre-plan themselves and exit by clearing off GG. Then it'll be a different story. But if not, they don't really need to push it yet.
Hearing a lot of noise here. RNG catching OF in the midst of his rotations. It feels rather deja vu, or rather something that's been happening or reoccurring a lot here. OF seems to be caught out a lot every time they seem to rotate into the circle. It feels very dire for them. And this time around, I'm also keeping an eye on Sin here. I think it's been 2 games where we didn't really see a lot from them. Maybe they would get knocked down pretty early. I think the last 2 maps especially hasn't been the best map for them. They weren't able to hold on. They weren't able to win team fights as well. It was dominating yesterday, but it feels like a lot of teams have already marked their position. And in this mid of rotations as well, you saw so many teams just sort of tailing behind them. And now Sin has decided to park themselves in between these 2 bridges. WXKX is alone here as Cool tries to pull away the attention from his teammates. But they have to also be aware that close by there are other teams keeping an eye on them. WXKX taking in a lot of the damage, and Max deciding to just fall into the fight as well. Eliminated already here. Needs to go for that reset. 2 of the members of Sin in this situation. OF, no, already not able to hold there. I'm quite surprised at this outcome because it seemed like they had the upper hand.
Well, those are one of the moments where you blink and you miss it, and Team Max, they survived this one for now, that is, but they need to reset. Still a lot of them, but they are so far so good, safe inside the sniper tower. I don't expect any other team to be crashing onto them anytime soon, since there's just too many teams here. You don't want to be third party by any other team. And Sin is going to be playing the safe approach by hugging that river. On the other side, we do have KHI looking at the sniper tower as well. So as long as they're still in the circle, they'll be fine. But what happens when the circle moves away? That time, it'll be really interesting to see the fight around this area.
The Yango Galacticos, I think I would love to see a little bit more proactivity here. I understand that the circle hasn't shifted quite yet, but sometimes their late rotations have just really been the bane of their situation last game because they were a bit too late coming in off the Gatka Mountain. They were just getting picked off one by one as they're going down. Yes, they did make it to the top 4, but I believe like for them, those deaths early was just, it just felt like it wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of other options still, right, I believe. But somehow they choose to go to that area. Maybe they don't want to deal with the fact that if we go to another place, it will be around the area of the Gatka Mountain and in the line of sight of Yangu Gaticos. So they don't want to take that risk. And so happened that a lot of all these teams, they had the same thought by going there. And that's where they all clumped up together. But we're going to see the next phase of the circle anyway. Will they still be favored by the circle? Yes, the sniper tower area where Team Max was at, still in the circle, they all can hold on to that. But in Jogopo, last we saw where GG and NV is at, they don't have the circle, it's time for them to fight.
Ruin's side is going to be so stacked. The RNG as well as AF needing to cross over each other. And over there, Austria getting gate-capped away by Goa. Now the circle will shift once again and it will have that value. I mean, if you think about it, with Sin holding onto that bridge, it's already enough for them for the time being, which means that anyone rotating from the northern side, they can collect their dues in terms of lives and souls, elimination points. Maybe later, as they're kind of going through the middle side, might be a problem here, especially when you have teams that are holding into the upper grounds of the Gatka Mountain. Like, say, Yago Galacticos can really look at the fights, especially from Max and Sin. They can go for some long-range pickups if they want to.
And this is the fight that we did talk about. Inside of South Jogopo, GG. It's time for them to get out of this area. And the smoke is still active still. But the moment they step out, then they have to deal with Yago Galacticos, who is on top of the hill. And with the fact that they're still part of the Gaka Mountain, the circle, Yaku Gatkos will still be up there. So GG, they're kind of locked in. They have to be prepared with all these smokes in order for them to have a chance to get in the circle.
Massive spray, chip damage about PBMS. They reared their heads one more time. It's been fairly quiet last game in this one, for me at least, for this particular team, especially after the big, loud noise they made in game number 1. Actually, no, game 2 was not bad for them as well. They still managed to get a few rather insane amount of eliminations. Regardless, for NX here, Nexus, they've always been kind of the kings of these late rotations, but they've always been silently making their way to the circles. But this time around, it's a different story, making their cards known fairly early, wanting to be able to at least dwindle down the numbers here, keeping PBMS out. A good strat, in my opinion. But if say that Sin decides to intervene, they're gonna be sandwiched.
Yeah, if they don't have the circle, then the sandwich would definitely happen. Now they still have it, so they can buy a little bit more time. But there's still a player of PBMS on the other side of the river. Okay, S69. Oh, wait. He just got eliminated, no points. Oh no, this is bad for S69, but good for GG though, of course.
I think GG is just breathing a sigh of relief right now. Their biggest main goal right now is just to outlive OF and S69, and now these two threats are out. They can just say, okay, we don't have to worry too much right now. We can just play the way that we want to play, less pressure on our shoulders, and still maintaining our 16th spot, but can't get too comfy. There's still a few maps to go as well. We're seeing what Yago Galacticos can do here from this high ground of the Gatka Mountains. They've been catching so many stray players, just trying in the midst of rotations, picking them off one by one. That's how they managed to gain around, I think it was 8-10 points in the previous map, despite not getting that chicken dinner. It's still enough for them to really boost themselves up there in the charts.
Hey, but GG is getting even comfier right now that they have scored 5 elimination points. And, well, it's still far away before they start to collect placement points, but 5 elimination points for now. They're starting to get closer to cut over or jump over 214. Now, circle time. It should go all the way to the land. So that means that Nexus Vanguards and B, the two players up north, will need to cut across the river to be in the circle. Now, it's going to be real challenging looking at the edge of the circle right now. We have Rangers here, we have PBMS, we still have another team at the side. So this is where the clash point will happen. And that includes AF as well. This fight around this area is going to be explosive. But here is NX forcing their way through.
Can't spot out the members of Sin here because they are currently underneath the bridge. They have a lot of cover to play with, and Dale playing perfectly with this terrain. It's giving them a lot of value. He's putting a lot of damage onto the members of NX, but Rankit out here in the open, caught off guard. They have some covers in the form of smokes, but NX just unrelenting, rushing up forward, taking that space, just spraying through these smokes, mean that he's gonna get another person, which is gonna be Dale.
Oh, and shotgun down as well. Thanks to Yaku Gatikos, boy shot goes down. Looks like GG did not have a good time, but same goes for Sin. As Nexus Vanguards, they fire back. 2 players from Sin currently down on their knees. And this day by Super Loki, Mr. MVP himself. Could he bring them all back to the lobby? Alright, and then Nate, it looks like it will not bring big impact on the Sin, thanks to the smoke as well. But NB is showing up behind Sin.
No time, no sound as well. We were expecting it to be a sandwich, but I didn't expect Sin to be the one at the receiving end of it. Dale still hasn't been picked up. Rankid barely survives that. Now knocked down once again. Cool, barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. And NB, understanding this predicament, decides to go a bit more aggressive, decides to completely overwhelm. And they are moving real quickly, denying points away from the rest of the team close by here, not allowing Max to steal away anything from them at all.
And they're still locked out on the outside of the zone. As the blue will start to close in. NB, Nexus Vanguards, somehow we need to find a way to move forward. They need to cut across the road. We shift our attention right now to the other side of the circle. PBMS and Rangers. This is going to be an interesting fight as PBMS now finding their way through Rangers. But it's not only Rangers though. AF is around the corner as well. 3 teams here as well.
Still trying to find a way into the circle, trying to find an area as well. Spretzel alone here. Could potentially be an isolated 1v1 with Jipna. Fortunately for him, none of his hits are going to be clipping onto the player regardless. But at least for the very least... Oh no, he just resetted but gets caught out there. Because Deje decides to do his due diligence, checks the corner, making sure that his teammate is safe for the time being. So it gives Jibna a bit of space to go outside, loot that box. And these smokes are just telltale signs of potentially where PBMS could be. Scotty running away with his life right now as the last player still standing. I don't think he has any time to pick up his teammates at this point right now. And RNG, they're probably just giggling all the way till the end. As KHI, they have other things in mind. You know what, I take full advantage of this mushroom house, but Krona is not done, and Superboy somehow managed to steal away a kill here. Who the heck is fighting who?
Oh, from afar, looks like Krona, he does have a little bit of help. And same goes for XEXY, gunning down a member of KHI. Okay, buying him a little bit more time. But then again, it's not about time right now. Time is not on his side. The sniper tower is not in the circle now, and it still has KHI to deal with. He's cooking up his name. He's just waiting for the right moment. But when will that right moment be? He is the final player of Team Max. He has to make the right decision.
Now let us space to work with as well. Barely any util. Trying to at least doing the long numbers. I think it's just his last 10 at this moment. And the point stolen away, KHI. So it must be a very frustrating situation for them being able to take away this space but not able to secure the kill. And despite having the sniper tower in their control, they still getting picked off one by one. Regardless, for NX, they can't hold on to this area any longer. They need to find a way into the circle, and they need to move now. Because if not, they're going to be the ones gate kept out, and they want to be the ones to be able to take away the kills from KHI, reposition themselves inside of the circle. One by one, the players of KHI taking heavy losses, heavy damage from so many different angles. Yangon Galacticos checking out with their area, spraying as well. DemiOS to fault next. Now the rest of KHI, both inside one vehicle. It almost feels like a death wish here. I am so nervous for them.
Ooh, they gotta be nervous for Nexus Vanguards right now. They managed to collect 12 eliminations so far, adding more to their count. Nexus Vanguard, they're gonna play the gatekeeping role. Now they're gonna stop Austria from coming in. Renzo will be eliminated by WTZ. They continue to fire on to the members of Austria. 2 players left in front of them, not really in the circle yet, and WTZ will start to launch nades across. But Austria, they need to be careful because AF is also behind them. They are currently sandwiched between Nexus Vanguards and AF.
Could be huge for AF here to get some extra points, start them to mount their comeback perhaps. I mean, it's a big, huge amount of points they have to chase, but you know, nothing is impossible. We've seen huge points come up here. I think the highest point I've seen in a game before is a 30+ score. Regardless, as AF only has 2, might be a tall order for them. So taking it baby step by baby step. First of all, their task is to kill Austria if they can, but Fern X pops his head, catches Fong off guard. And Fern, happy to go prone once again, reposition himself away, so adept and aware that NX is close by.
But there's also still another player from AF on the outside still trying to survive. He has a vehicle. Now he's going to make that rotation down south. He's not going to push it through just because he's the final player for AF. He's going to play safe for now. And he found an entry point. Okay, but still not clear yet from the crosshair of Super Loki. Loki spraying him down. Vehicle exploded. But somehow Jen eliminated by Superboy. Still, Nexus Vanguard claims that point. 15 eliminations now for Nexus Vanguard.
And Austria somehow managed to survive that onslaught despite being sandwiched from both different ways. The last person left standing. But the same could be said about KHI here. The only team that's super comfy right now is Yangon Galacticos. The circle this time around had given them so much dividends, keeping the bigger area, the southern side of that Gatka mountain, still very much in their control. The only person that's outside the circle and off that mountain is Master Smile. The other 2 players of KHI as well as Farm X from Austria trying to just trail their way through the sides of the blue zone. But NX, they don't want to let him go, putting in a lot of pressure to Farm X. Every time he peeks, he tries to put in a lot of pressure, but the same could be said about Yangon Galacticos because they know where exactly Super Loki as well as his teammates are.
Oh, and Super Loki and Co, they're not in the circle. The circle shifted towards the left side. Right now, Nexus Vegas, they need to find their way through, but before that, they'll pick up a point out of Fern X. 16 eliminations now for Nexus Vanguards. Can they potentially get more? They try to get down the members of Yangon Galacticos afar. Super Loki tapping away on the Yangon Galacticos. Yangon Galacticos, at least they're in the circle. As long as they're able to stay away from these bullets, they'll be fine.
Nothing hitting quite yet coming in from NX. You have the strength in numbers. 3 members left alive, but to take away that space is not going to be the easiest given the terrain that Young Galacticos is currently holding. Smile all the way in the backside as well to provide a bit more cover fire in case someone decides to push over toward their area. But NX decides, okay, we're not winning this fight against Young Galacticos. Gotta reposition somewhere else here. Perhaps an area with a little bit more terrain, a little bit more cover. The tree line should help.
Yes, at least they found some level of space, but they're not in the circle yet. And their only option to get into the circle right now is to try to take out the members of Young Galacticos, and it's not going to be easy. Anyway, WTZ will take that risk. He will be the one to try to scout to gather that information. Goes up to the high ground, but still not in the circle. Not the best position yet. WTZ, right in front of him is going to be Smile. Smile with a nade, WTZ. He does have a molly, try to flush out Smile, but actually he aimed that at to Romeo. WTZ now takes a lot of risks. Now he's being gunned at. Other teammates from Nexus Vanguards coming in.
Romeo rushes out, his teammate just throws out a nade. It's a beautiful game of smoke and mirrors and distractions, but Romeo now in trouble. Smile proning forward, WTZ, I don't think he even knows that Smile is close, and he catches one off guard. Superboy falls, but the same could be said about Murnat as well. Both these teams just trading blows one by one, and KHI, the last member standing, probably just waiting
Smile!
and lying in wait. Smile rushing forward, Smile takes away two, putting in a lot of chip damage onto the last two members. Nexus cannot hold, they will fall. Young Galacticos still very much alive, still very much active with 4 MiGs. This is all just the last stand for him. Could try and steal away a point or two maybe, but Smile not gonna allow that. Rushes forward, knows exactly where he is, the trajectory of the bullets, and the throw ball will be able to throw him away. And Young Galacticos, if the first time doesn't succeed, do it again better. And this is their chicken dinner here at the PMCL.
And what a good win here by Young Galacticos. Retain our players, take the top of the Kaka Mountain, be the kings of the hill. And with the circle shifted away, slowly move down. While they're doing that, they shoot whoever's inside, gaining those elimination points in the process. And we see a brilliant move there by Smile towards the very end against Nexus Guard. And Young Galacticos claim this chicken dinner for themselves, solidifying themselves. Surely, we will see them again tomorrow in the Super Weekend.
Honestly, this team has a lot of, I would say, in terms of experience, is definitely there. In terms of aggression, also very much there. I would love to be hearing a mic check from them just to hear how their calls are at the beginning of the game all the way till the end. Each team, each member is doing phenomenal in terms of eliminations. I mean, say Cloud, whatever he lacks in terms of eliminations, he makes up in terms of damage. He's always been that first contact player or the one that's been separated from the team to make sure that they're able to have a crossfire as well as a scout. But Romeo and Smart, first contact player, playing tag team in the front lines, and that's looking great for them.
Well, even if we got the mic chat, we'll need a translator. But that will be for another time, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, let's check out the best moment here with Young Galacticos Chicken Dinner.
Okay, here we go. Coming in here, looking at Young Galacticos, very dominant amount of points, but the same could be said about NX here. who are just basically the Grim Reapers. This time around, a little bit more less quiet in the beginning of the game all the way till the end, and more toward trying to get as many elimination points as they can. And I have to say, this strat also works out very well for them. KHI as well this time around, more toward a nice balance of survivability as well as eliminations. GX, OF, S69s, PBMS, even NB struggling this particular game. And everyone who are contenders for like 16th place spot, quiet.
Yeah, especially S69 again, another 0-point round for them. 2 zeros in a row now. On overalls, Nexus Vanguard, because of their very good performance in that round, they are still at number 1, but Young Radicals now at number 2, trailing behind them by 3 points. Top 3 teams now from the Myanmar region, including Burmese goes with 112 points. But number 16 still is GG, but they're starting to open a little bit of gap here, an 8-point gap between themselves at S69.
Sin started off yesterday very dominant in terms of the charts as well as the points, and now they haven't moved at all. We're already at the half point of the day. They barely collected any points, and it's looking dire for them from the first place, dropping all the way to 4th. They need to go back to the drawing board. They need to do it fast to be able to make sure that they're not even falling too far behind compared to the rest of the teams. Now, for the top 4 teams here, Yango Galacticos, Nexus, Vanguard, KHI, as well as Austria, I think that in this particular game, because it is a repeat of that previous map, I think teams, especially like Yango Galacticos, learned a lot from their mistakes in terms of positioning, in terms of how they moved as well. This time around, you saw instead of having a 3-1 formation on that Gatka hill, they decided, okay, everyone on this mountain, everyone hold in together. And as the circle shifted, they decided to be a lot more dominant off their holds as well. This time around, no team could even contest with them for the area, the high ground area that they're holding.
Well, we gotta give it to Romeo as our MVP this time. Congratulations to Romeo from Yangon Galacticos. But we still have another Erangel to go, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after a short break.
Okay, here we go. Last two air angles for today, or just last air angle coming into today. Okay, things are very interesting if you ask me. I mean, if you think about it, but two circles are very, very similar. I think Yellow Galacticos took full control of the situation, knowing what they did wrong and applying it to this map. Now, as things go here, Sir Cloud, any team you want to really see just surprise you, honestly?
You really want to see S69, honestly. I mean, 2-0 in a row. Definitely not going to be good enough. They are still in the running, so they have to come up with a big performance this round to be in the top 16 and then talk about maintaining their performance. Group A will be taking a break, so the big boys of Sin, the Vanguards, and also Range will not be playing this round. We're going to put focus on the B, C, D, and E, and S69 is part of this group. Let's see if they'll be able to make a big comeback here from their 2-0 rounds to score more points. Let's go.
Yep. Just a few more points for them to really worry about. Flight path from Severny all the way to SMB means that the map will be equally split into two. So I think this is one of the situations where everyone's going to be able to drop wherever they want to. And from there, they can really figure out what the trajectory is going to go about. Now, I think interesting enough when you think about it, when you mentioned S69 just now, I think I could say the same about, OF, right? About these two teams, very, very close in terms of score. But if I'm honest, I think the chase is going to be a lot harder this time, especially since GG did pretty well in the previous round just now. Now, in this particular match, I believe that for 2-4, there is going to be a substitution again. Lion is back in the game with Wolm going out, which means I think Lion has had his share of rest, which means that I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be the one just really being able to backpack his team after that one, I would say, one game break.
Yeah, and he has to kind of put in the performance as well because they're not in the most comfortable position, but seeing how the bottom four teams are performing, you should still be alright, but of course you don't want to put yourself at unnecessary risk or unnecessary stress. So with that swap in that they have put in there, hopefully they'll be able to put up a better performance than the round before. Now with this circle, we're going to shift away from Gatka. We had two Gatka circles back to back. This time it's going to be centered in the middle of the map. So it's a pretty nice circle as a start. And hopefully they will give dividends to especially the bottom four teams who need to fight for survivability to be in the Super Weekend tomorrow.
Interesting enough, when you think about points right now, I mean, GG, S69, and OF, I think only 10-point deficit compared to the rest. And if anything, that's so unlucky for AF. But coming back to my point here is that it's still very much chaseable for S69 if you think about it. I mean, again, for them, it's about 7-8 points. And then we've had situations or games where they're able to at least collect 5 eliminations. After that, maybe go for the early amount of placement points as well if they want to play, I think, a very safely or at least bare minimum game to be able to hit this requirement. I think it's very much doable. The same could be said about OF, who is 10 points behind GG.
I hear gunfire here, but it does not involve OF, it does not involve GG, it involves AF instead. Long-range gunfire, and looks like they want to continue on. But very, very early on, actually off-screen, they lost one player. So that's bad news for AF. I mean, number 20, 31 points with still a chance of catching the top 16. To start off with 3 players, it's tough for AF.
Not the hardest, but not impossible. Sometimes when life gives you lemons, you take those lemons, you make it into a lemon meringue. You have a 3, you make it to the end as a 3. We've seen teams like 2-4, Yellow Galacticos, able to do that all the way till the end. We had teams all the way from 2 members early lost, was able to get a chicken dinner this week. I think this week there's just so many different stories and endings told, and at this point I'm not surprised anymore when the impossible happens. Now, I think as well, when you look at this circle, I think since it's such a centralized circle, I think there's always going to be that question, right? Is the circle going to pull up to the northern side? Are we going to be seeing a Rozhok circle? And if it's a Rozhok circle, is it going to be to the northern side of Rozhok, or is it going to be to the southern side as well? We're seeing a lot of these early encounters. We're seeing a lot of pickups as well, with Shroud already knocked down. S69, this is their moment. We're seeing a different tune this time around. Very proactive, moving around the map as well. The nade from Snitch should be able to secure them the first point. Moving forward till the end, Davan is out from GG. And I think this is great. Seeing GG here, stopping them in their tracks should be their #1 priority right now.
Absolutely. This is a good fight here for S69, an important fight for them. The fact that they took out 2 members of GG, and now they know that the one that they took GG, they want to hunt for the other members of GG. Okay, Kaya tries to get away as fast as possible. Obviously, GG beats S69. And like what you mentioned earlier on, the objective of GG right now is to survive above S69. And with 2 points to them, well, the race is going to be tight now between S69 and GG.
And S69, they don't want to overstay their welcome as well. Because if they're a little bit more late into the circle here, they're going to have to go for a longer rotation, perhaps through Gatka, which means like it's going to be taking a longer way up, going through the trains of Quarry. And if they do go through the same route that GG did take into the circle, TTQ will be waiting for them. This is TTQ's playground. They haven't changed drop spots or even moved around from there for many, many games.
And of course, TTQ's points are not too far from GG as well. Not that they're in a big risk of being pushed down. They have maybe a small risk depending on how maybe even PG performs, but it's very, very unlikely. You need like 3 teams to push down TTQ for now. So the main culprit right now, or the main target, is still between GG and S69. Unless, of course, OF, they really push it up here. Well, they still have 4 players, so they could still do it. Same goes for PG. They still have games to go, so I would say that as long as you have games, you have a chance. And for PG overall, they have been having a rise in terms of performance, but you did mention about their performance. It might be a little bit too late.
Some teams take too long to cook. And with the leagues being a lot shorter, the super weekends as well, this is a situation where you have to really figure out how long are you going to take, how many maps are you going to give up before you wake up. Granted, there's 2 super weekends, still able to play catch-ups. I've seen teams that miss at least 1 or 2 super weekends and still able to make it to the grand final. So yeah, it's definitely still up there on the table. But now it seems like a lot of teams are starting to shift toward the eastern side. Now my question is, are they predicting the circle to hard shift left?
Well, when it comes to circle predictions, right? I guess if you ask most of the pros, they would say that there's no such thing as a circle prediction. They would normally put it like, okay, we get the best possible position in the terrain that we like in the circle, and then we manage it if we don't get the next circle. If we get the next circle, we'll manage it separately. Because if you just want to bank on like, oh please, circle god, favor me, you're really on luck. So being a pro, I'm sure that they don't only want to bank on luck, they want to be in control of their destiny. So in order for them to be in control, that is where they pick the best position possible for themselves. Now, if the circle does go onto them, great. But if it's not, then, well, they have to make the best of their situation.
Goa coming in from southern side here. Since Pochinki has just recently been left vacant, I think this is prime time for them to be able to play off the southern side of Pochinki. They have a terrain there they can play on as well. And Yango Galacticos, this time around, interesting enough, they are not actually a team to be one of the first here in this right smack dab in the middle circle. They're opting for a slower rotation, and understandably so, since it's a more centralized circle. That means everyone has their own drop spots. It's fair to say that they are sort of anticipating that everyone should already be where they want to be. So instead of forcing these fights, rotating in with uncertainty, it's best just wait for the rotations to happen before they actually decide to decisively take up space.
And who's going to take the best space now with the circle shifting? Most of the teams somewhere in the middle of the circle, so that's fine. But it's going to be likely hard shift towards the Medusa intersection, just on the outside of school. So that will force a lot of teams like right smack in the middle to shift over there. More fights might happen with this sort of rotation by those But the trend that we have also been seeing in the PMCL, I also want to point that out that teams like to gatekeep each other from coming in. And there are a lot of teams that like to do that. And with this kind of hardship, this will allow opportunity for those teams that were in the middle, just outside of Pochinki, to actually do that. So we might see gatekeeping happen in this stage.
You know, this great migration coming in from the southern side is incredible. There's just so many teams just flooding in that side. Meanwhile, the northern side toward Yasnaya Poliana, completely empty. And because of this great migration, you're seeing these three-way fights happening from so many different teams. Austria, PG, BG, Goa is there as well. And no one is safe here. Everyone is just easy pickings. Whether or not you are out here in the open, if you're not ready for these fights, you're going to be picked off. Beckham to be the first one to do it knocked down here from PG. And I think this is so heartbreaking because for PG, Beckham was one of the backpackers for the team, putting so much pressure and being able to carry his team a little bit more forward. But Honda answers back at the same time. So at least for PG, they managed to get 2 points out of that. And for Beckham, staying safe and alive, they get to pick up, they get to stay as a 4.
Yeah, they need the points. They need the points. They need to stay alive. And it's great that the fact that they took out 2 from Austria, that gives them a bit of lifeline to sneak into the top 16. Now it's all about recovery for PG. While on the elimination feed, we have a couple of fights happening elsewhere. That includes S69, Labo. Gunned down, not eliminated yet. So the fight might continue on. But we also have KHI against NB with Foxy. Now down on his knees and XZ11 on his way.
Northern side rotations here, and I think for NB, knowing that Yango Galacticos, or at least a team, is outside means that it's a ripe, opportune moment for them to play the gatekeeper here. Granted, there's a body of water there too, which means that if you want to find another way in, you're going to have to go for a long rotation toward the southern side there, maybe through Rozok. Or you could do what Yango Galacticos is doing and just slowly make their way northern side and coming through Yasnaya Poliana. I think it's a great call from them.
Yeah, but coming in from the north now, they might need to cross the bridge. From what we can see here on screen, KHI will try to stop NB from crossing in. Managed to get a knockdown to a member of NB, finding it really difficult right now with trying to KHI is here. And Klur, locating himself, taking a lot of damage, 10% of health left. Cuts across the bridge, back to his teammates, back to safety. This is a better position for KHI.
A lot of teams coming in there as well. Now that Young Galacticos has made their way through Yasnaya, I think not only is it a great call, but also a great risk if you think about it, because it's completely empty just now. And in front of Yasnaya Poliana, open fields as well, which means that no one is vacating it. I mean, at least inside of it. They can just cross it if they want to. The only thing they have to worry about right now is maybe for the long-range pickoffs. SG is able to pick them off if they want to as well. But for KHI, you can see as soon as they rotate into that circle, you saw the pressure coming in there from YG, from GX as well. So, like it or not, this area of rotation, the compounds, I think a lot of teams are keeping a close eye on these areas.
Yeah, just like how PBM is keeping a close eye onto S69. Not a good position for S69. Still on the outside circle with PBMS having locked down this compound. And they will gatekeep them from coming in. But now we're going to see a fight between Austria and Goa. Austria, last we checked, they only have 2 players here. And Goa is trying to stop Feng X. They got 1. Now it's only Feng X left for Austria.
Hard to move. Hard to see as well. No cover. Barely any HP. I'm curious to know how much utility is left. I still has a lot. Not bad. I mean, in terms of that, frag grenades, he's there. Molotovs, very much in his disposable. So unlucky for Nang X to disconnect in such a crucial moment in this game. But they think they can be happy that they're right smack dab in the middle of the pack. So at least Super Weekend is still something that they can achieve for now.
Well, now what AF needs to achieve is to get into the circle. And he will avoid PBMS. Stage 3 still have a decent amount of space. Oh, and they also have no escape in the circle, so at least they have a marker. But the position of no escape is compromised. You see gunfire onto him. Time to quit Esports. Looking for a way to get into the circle as well. They had the potato hill. Don't worry, brother. Nobody's there. Can just focus on to getting into the circle and they should be fine. I don't see any other gatekeeper in front of them. So time to quit Esports. Easy entry for them. But if they go any further in, then there will be another team there and they have the idea, they have the information, but they will still go for it. Fight my hair.
A lot of fights are gonna happen here. GG in trouble. You don't want to lose your players this early as well, especially in a very compromising situation. You've lost 2 members fairly early as well here. And it's PG that's stopping them in their tracks. It feels like every single team toward the lower side of the brackets are just running into GG at this moment. Austria falls there, will be the first team out. So, a bit of a rest for them. But for the rest of the team as well. GG and both GG and 6ix9ine, S6ix9ine actually still have 2 members still left alive. It's just it's about who outlives who and who manages to get a little bit more placement points as well as eliminations than the rest, obviously. But as we go toward the area here to the northern side of the circle, because the circle is shifting, I wouldn't be surprised if the end circle is going to be toward the open fields northern side, where Young Galacticos has set themselves up for success, but 2v4 right now as S6ix9ine. Oh man, that nade is just so perfect. They cannot run, they cannot move at all. S6ix9ine eliminated already, and the only amount of points they brought in is 2. So puts them at 45, and GG still very much in the game, still very much there to be able to extend their lead.
Well, they try, but they happen to meet with a mess who we know that has a lot of firepower. Block them from coming in, and it's just too bad for S6ix9ine. Now they can only hope for GG to not collect further points so that they'll have a better chance in the next round up against GG. Man, it's just so frustrating being S6ix9ine. I mean, they've been training GG for many rounds now, but not able to get them.
AF as well is in trouble here. PBMS, I really gotta give it to them in terms of sheer determination and aggression. They're there. They took out one team, barely even survived that, and decided, okay, we're getting chunked down by another team. Never mind. Bring the fight to their faces. And now they're going a bit more aggressive. Scotty rushes through with the drive-by, and he decides to just spray through those moves. Parker barely survives, but it doesn't matter because you have Raimon, who's just there to turn them into roadkill.
Roadkill by Raimon! Who needs to spray by Scotty if you have Raimon doing that? That was great work there, great coordination. But of course, Scotty suppressed them, allowing Raimon to run over them to collect those points. Now, on the southern side, we have Tiger Quick Esports here against Goa, with maybe on the other side against Clay Jr. Clay Jr. picking up his name, but maybe he will focus on to saving his teammate Bunny, who is currently down. And the fight will continue on. Looks like Nadi, not injured for his vehicle. But anyway, we'll check on that later because right now, Tiger Quick Esports, they want to get the best out of Goa. But Goa is still suppressing them at the edge. We have a name being cooked up by Clay Jr. And that connected, but lucky for them, no knock. But here comes Burmese goes from the side as well.
Galacticos over the other end as well, getting some kills. But regardless, for BG here, this is going to be a 4-way fight. PPMS, Goa is here, TTQ alongside BG as well. And surprisingly enough, today we talked about Lil Yatka a lot from BG, but today I feel like Unknown has really stepped up the pace. He's managed to get 2 eliminations in that scuffle all alone. His teammates are just so far away from him. Some pressure coming in toward BG at the very least from, I believe it's GG on the other end. But with this 3-4-way fight happening, it's really hard to really pinpoint where the chaos is happening. I think BG is doing a great job of taking advantage of the noise, of the scuffle. But Godspeed will fall, and in response to that, BG is gonna go quickly, take the vehicle, just rush forward, protect his teammates, give a bit more, I would say, presence.
And Yaka, his presence will be important. Okay, first, goes in for the revive, save his teammate Godspeed. While the others, they keep Time to Quick Esports in check. Time to Quick Esports, they are resetting as well. But they have to do it quick because right now the zone will continue to shift. And looks like Young Galacticos, they have the circles. Same goes for KHI, Team Max, NSG as well. But GG eliminated, no points this round. So at least for S6ix9ine, they close the gap by 2 points.
The circle, I would say, it's very stock standard middle side circle, but because of the amount of rotations coming in from southern side, it's making it so hard for a lot of teams to get into the circle itself. BG's not done. They're taking in a lot of pain, a lot of hurt as well to TTQ. TTQ just overstaying their welcome, taking too long to rotate as well. Look at that, how much damage is just coming through just from Little Latka. A lot of suppressive fire, a lot of pressure as well from them, his teammates as well. Just adding and dogpiling into the team that's just really sitting there in a club together. So that means that there's not a lot of space to work with, and the only player left alive is just so separated, so far away. Maybe did loot at the very least here. The rest of the team is aware. They're looking to punch you from so many different angles, not allowing this 1v1s. And just like that, overwhelmed, TTQ falls, and BG showing us that they can dominate even in a 4-way fight.
Yeah, and they collected 6 elimination points so far. No points for Yaka yet, but that's okay. It's a team effort at the end of the day. Now for them to get into the circle. While we talk about the circle and the fights happening on the other side involving NB and SG. NB, one player on the outside. We need to come in. The smoke bridge has been created. But we also have a fight here between BG and Goa. The moment they end the fight, it's going to be a back-to-back fight. Now with them and Goa.
Getting suppressed right now. BG just taking one fight after the next. It feels like they are just like the Grim Reapers knocking on the door, but Goa is saying no, not today, Death. Quick thinking by him, playing the CQC with the shotguns, but the nade will get him in the end. BG not done quite yet. Rex falls, not Pek Kao, so close by. They're aware right now. The strafes coming in from left, right, and center, but Goa, they play the CQC to perfection. The number of players for BG just dwindled down to only unknown. All down to him to be able to prolong this fight, to prolong the team's presence in this game. Goa, the last 2 players, quite low. But not for long now. They've both managed to reset themselves up to the top here, and Unknown gonna try and put a bit more pressure, a bit more damage onto them. But unfortunately for him, none of the nades are gonna clip.
Not yet. He's finding that angle. Right now from the front door, he gets Pek Kao. Could Unknown do it? One more to go for Unknown. It's gonna be a 1v1 right now. Can Unknown do it? 4 Burmese goals. Trying to find his target. Okay, he heard the footsteps. He knows exactly where he is. Unknown now with the rest of K dancing around. 3 bullets, 1 bullet. He needs to reload. He needs to find an angle to reload. 3 bullets, 2 bullets, and Unknown. Too bad for him, but great work by KX for who? Paid off.
Gotta give it to Goa. This, you were right, patience pays off, and also understanding that you can definitely weaponize the aggression, the desperation, knowing that the blue zone was coming toward them. I really just wish that that BG was a little bit more patient in that fight, instead waiting for the blue zone to push them or just rushing straight into that circle. Understandably so, though, because they do want to take away that compound for them to be able to use here in the last few moments of these circles.
And the circle continues to shift. A lot of teams on the northern side. SayCloud, naded out, but Master Smash there together with him. And then he sent across, but PBMS, they're now in trouble. They are in a fight against SG. SG within the smoke. Caps and Jarrell, looks like they're going to relocate themselves further up north.
Love how they played with the utility as well, just staying quite hidden through those smokes, cutting away some information as well, and knowing that PBMS has vehicles, they decide to not risk it, move back instead, make a little bit more space. And because of that, PBMS is now in trouble, because you can see players like SG putting in a bit more pressure from the high ground. You have a YG also keeping an eye out on them for the long range, and Goa as well is still here close by.
And speaking about YG, 7 elimination points now for YG. With a full squad, they can still collect more. But we'll talk about that later, because right now it's going to be Generation X against KHI. They rushed in, they get 1 knock, looking for the other member of KHI. The Generation X takes over the compound.
X has some really unlucky situations today, but they are looking to turn it out here again in the last half of the day. But they're not quite out of the woods yet, because the other teams are just rushing toward them, flushes them out with that molly. Managing to stay quite alive there, and I'm not too sure how he's able to get away with 1 kill onto SayCloud, but I think it was just his negligence to do his due diligence to check his corners there, gets him caught off guard. But for Young Galacticos, at the very least, they did manage to keep them at least 4 alive at the very least, can still pick up SayCloud. They have the compound in their hands. It's all the last member of GX, and they do just that. Once goes down, and now we're up here with our top 4.
Short-lived celebration there for Generation X. Eliminated by Young Galacticos. Right now, there are 10 eliminations, unstoppable. But for PBMS, will SG be able to stop them? PBMS in the circle. SG, not all of them in yet, but Caps takes a lot of damage. Caps will be knocked down from afar, and that actually came from Max, the other side.
Max mounting their comeback there, wanting to relive their glory from day number 1. PBMS in trouble. That nade should be able to clip, I feel. No, a bit too short this time, as PBMS A horrible predicament to be in, out in the open, barely any utility, has to go for that reset to pick up. One boy is on fire right now, and a low ground terrain to work with. One singular spray by Jarrell is all he needs to steal away all of these points, but the same could be said about Yangon Galacticos, who's just watching from far away, putting in some long-range damage, and they've managed to steal away 1 kill. They're not done.
When
Romeo.
they're looking to steal away more from afar, Romeo almost got it, and at the end of the day, it still goes to the hands of Yangon Galacticos. 11 elimination points right now. Jarrell with 10% of health left. Bernard wants to finish up the job, and Jarrell managed to heal up to 80% still. So he's able to tank a little bit of damage for Yangon Galacticos. Yangon Galacticos still eyeing down onto SG.
Raimon cannot hold on here. SG, silent gods. When they're silent, they're super silent, but when they overwhelm, they completely do just that. MM, so low right now. Knocked down finally. Max is waiting. They have a nice 1-1 formation here on the end. I believe it's just one in the compound, one on the outer side. The same could be said about SG. I think they managed to even loot that trait as well. Give them a bit of an edge. What they don't have in terms of numbers, they make up in terms of firepower as well as defense.
But if you look at this circle shift, the teams right now together is Yangon Galacticos and Team Max. While SG, they're all on the other side. But Team Max are not really showing themselves yet. But they might be forced to move forward, and that's where they will show themselves towards Yangon Galacticos. And of course, Yangon Galacticos, they're the scary team right now. 4 players active. But they're still pretty focused on the SG. That's where they have the information. And here comes Team Max as well into
Yangon Galacticos could just wait. They have full control of the northern side. They have a 1-2-1 formation holding on here. They're just waiting for the for the sounds of gunfire, shooting up anything they see happening. They're not directly involving themselves in these fights. If anything, they're really hoping that Max decides to take this 2v2 against SG. But SG have other things in mind. They've noted the position of Smile going out of his way too aggressively, and they punish him from it. And honestly, that's great reaction.
Oh, and Smile now currently down. One of the top players for Yangon Galacticos. But here is Jarrell. Still trying to find his fight.
No.
Find an angle. Nice nade onto Yangon Galacticos. 2 players damaged down, and Cloud goes down to the hands of Jarrell. Jarrell knows that they're there. He continues to lob nades onto Yangon Galacticos, hoping to secure elimination. Meantime, Miner takes a lot of damage, but here comes T-Max from the back. Gotta be careful of the...
Honestly, that was too overzealous. They were so desperate to keep themselves as a 4, they were not aware of the positioning of the other 2 members of SG here. And Max, they have heard all the commotion. They take out a bit more space, taking advantage of the distractions coming through, and they put in so much damage onto SG. But Jarrell's still very much online right now, tries to isolate these fights, does fall to Yangon Galacticos. Yangon Galacticos, their numbers equalized here, 2v2. Can try to go for the pickup one more time as well. Dangerous situation there. How doesn't matter. He can try and isolate this 1v1. Takes up so much damage. Free fires about here. Plays a nice team with his teammates. Almost lost that. But it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, Yangon Galacticos, they managed to pick up the pieces and they managed to bring it to the end. Winner, chicken dinner.
Another one for Yangon Galacticos. The duo that did it towards the end. Smile and Romeo. Very, very quick reaction. He was pressed his opponent, allowing Smile to come in with the buggy towards the end to land the finishing blow. What a game this is for Yangon Galacticos again. This team, they're starting to find a level of consistency. And today they are the kings of Erangel. Yangon Galacticos, ladies and gentlemen, with the chicken dinner from Myanmar.
You took the words right out of my mouth, honestly, Sir Cloud. Their positioning was good. They came in from the northern side. I have to say that early game, they decided to take not a lot of risks. They see another team gatekeeping them. What's the next plan? Instead of swimming, instead of forcing fights, they took a long rotation up north, coming in from Yasnaya Poliana. Took their time getting into the circle, leaving the area before finally putting their hands in the cookie jar, finding a perfect compound, taking it away from another team that had just finished the fight. And they were honestly the Grim Reapers knocking on doors. Every single fight they came across, they overcame. And looking at that, Smile being the first contact player in the front lines, very aggressive, somehow very overzealous as well at certain times. But you can always rely on their teammates to provide that cover fire so that he's not able to be knocked out of the game entirely.
The Grim Reapers, Younger Radicals, 15 eliminations, 25 points collected this time. Surely they'll be at number one. Man, the number one spot has been changing almost every round. But we have to enjoy the best moments here from Younger Radicals and their chicken dinner through this highlight.
Okay, here we go. Yango Galacticos here. Once again, another chicken dinner today. And on top of that, dominating over 20 plus points again. And they're doing this over and over and over again, mind you. So it's looking very scary right now if you want to see the top of the scoreboard for the rest. But SG this time around, still very much in the game as well. I think for them, consistency is key. And it's really impressive seeing them. I think for so many of the games they have played this week, they have barely survived as a 4 till the end. Winning as a 2, winning, making it to end as a 3. Even, when you think about that, it means that they are very adept on how exactly they want to approach this game. Now, for overall rankings, I'm more interested to see the lower end there toward the 16th place. But 166 compared to NX means that's about 22 points in terms of change between these two. That's a very big gap already between first and second place.
And also, to point out that Younger Radicals becomes the first team to score 4 chicken dinners. Now, at the bottom, okay, S69 now 6 points behind GG, but they cannot get exactly 6 points because GG will win the tiebreakers. So, S69 will need to score at least, as of now, 7 points. So, it's still tight enough for them to catch up. But reviewing back our top 4 teams here, Younger Radicals, SG, PBMS still up here, fairly consistent today, and then we'll welcome Team Max. Only with a full squad time of 10 minutes and 8 seconds, they're able to score 3 points. And at number 4, fairly quiet game for them, but as long as they're able to get into the Super Weekend, it's fine.
I'm looking at the distance traveled there by Yango Galacticos, 53,000 plus, kilometers, rotated, which means that in the early parts of the game, because they were a little bit more late to rotate into that circle, it's a centralized circle. And understanding that every team would be holding on to, what they've been doing is just finding a safe way into that circle itself for finally kind of finding a place for them to really hold on to in terms of checkpoints. I've been really watching them, how they've been going here. Because their rotations were a lot more toward the earlier parts of the circle, how big that circle was says a lot about how their journey was into the circle. But more about that later because we're going to a bigger map after this. It's going to be Miramar. Okay, finally, we're making it here over in Miramar, and I'm super stoked for this one. A big change in pace, a big change in map, a big change in terrain. Yellow Galacticos looking so dominant today, but does their dominance actually extend to this particular map?
Well, before we talk about their dominance, we also gotta say congratulations to my boy Smile from Young Galacticos as the MVP first round. And we're not forgetting you, don't worry that. Now, speaking about their dominance here, back-to-back both inside the Wrangle. Of course, Miramar is going to be a fresh new map for them and also for the other teams, obviously. The first Miramar. And we're going to feature A, B, C, and E. A, B, C, and E is going to take a break. That means Nine only has one more game towards the very end of the day. Miramar! The first Miramar for today. What happened?
Okay, Miramar, here we go. This is the last two maps here for this week before the Super Weekend comes through. The top 16 is the prize that everyone wants to look out for, and this flight path is unforgiving, honestly. Southern side here, Valdemar prison all the way to Impala only.
But that might force some teams to drop at the bottom. Maybe Impala, maybe Puerto Paraiso, and potentially Clash. We see a lot of teams actually dropping fairly early. Some of them want to try to get vehicles along the pathway towards La Gilera, which is fine. Or maybe some of them want directly into Valade Mar. I see at least two overlapping teams. One of them PG, the other one is Nexus Vanguard. We might see an early clash in Valade Mar here.
Definitely gonna happen, honestly. Especially when you want to be able to get your loot early. You want to be able to quickly rotate off the area as well. And on top of that is PG with NX. PG, this is a team that's very, very much in danger right now. They need to be able to not only get as many points as they can, they need to survive as well here. And NX might be a change in trajectory. They do have, I think, strength in numbers right now since they have a 2-2 formation going on from NX, which means that they can't isolate these fights for the time being. Go take them in a 2v1, perhaps just completely overwhelmed. But with the circle all the way up north here, we're going to be seeing a beeline as well for so many different teams.
Well, before we talk about the beeline, this fight has to end first. It's so far away from the circle. And the bad news for PG is that this is not an early fight that they want to take unless they can win it, because they still have a chance to be in the top 16 if they perform well. So this is a fight that they cannot lose, but they're going up against NX, Nexus Vanguard. What a juggernaut here in the PMCL. But for Jens, all alone against Vermis goals, and it's 2v straightforward knock, straightforward end by Master Ichi.
Burmese Goals has been doing quite a decent job today as well in terms of, yeah, I think the rotations have been a little bit more late, but in situations where push comes to shove, for some reason, even in the three-way, four-way fight, somehow they can manage teams around them very well, which just shows that in terms of individual brilliance, separated as the 2-2 formation even, they can still bring in the same firepower as a 4.
Well, with the same firepower as a 4 here, will be for PG.
No way.
But Joji is going to get the first knockdown to Zyzer. It's no longer a 4, it's a 3v4 instead. Loki gets Honda, make that 2v4. And Joji, at the lower ground, he tries to get the other members of PG. They don't have the numbers. Now they're going to converge on PG. Joji gets gunned down. He needs to be safe. Here comes Superboy and WTZ from the other side. 2 active players still. And Superboy trying to find that angle with the shotgun. But he can't find a good angle yet. He needs to reload right now while they're charging onto him. A little bit of time bought from the other side. Superboy, now he needs a bit more space. But space not given by PG.
You gotta give it to NX in terms of movements. They're insane. But for the rest of PG right now, the priority is bringing the teams back to a 4. Superboy very low. They don't have a lot of utility to work with as well, which is why Superboy is still very much not bleeding, but just low HP right now as well. The rest of the team deciding to move away, make up a little bit more space here. But Beckham, he has the shotgun in hand, tries to go for that swing out, can't happen. The pre-fire is a bit much to deal with from the side of NX.
And PG, they managed to reset. Okay, the tables might turn here. 4v2 now. And PG, they have enough utilities to heal themselves up. Looking good for PG all of a sudden. And for Nexus Vanguards, the 2 players on the other end of this building, it's probably a matter of time before PG rushes in because they know that the circle is far. They need to end this fight quickly. And here comes the Russian. Superboy, very low on ammunition. Only 26 bullets on his AUG.
A lot to work with.
Oh!
But he still finds dividends. Beckham falls. And immediately Lizzie Boy is going to swing out, put in a bit more pressure. And Beckham keeping his head low and down. Making sure that he's not able to be chipped off. Some smoke set off as well. Just to make sure that he's able to stay a little bit more safe.
Wants to finish off and collect that point, but he's not able to find that angle. The smoke ain't helping. Anyway, Superboy and Loki now on the second floor. Beckham's bleeding out. PG not really going in yet. Not willing to take that risk. Unless if Sizer, maybe. He's contemplating right now. But anyway, Beckham managed to crawl into the building. And Sizer will...
In terms of noise, they have some semblance of an idea where one of the players of NX are gonna play this off angle one more time. I think Honda did manage to see a speck of that angle that Superboy was holding. So they don't want to over-aggress right now.
Superboy waiting for whoever's going to show up at the stairs. He sees a silhouette. But they're not committing yet. They know that it's a shotgun. That's why it's going to be hard for them to commit. You don't want to go in CQC with a shotgun. It's fairly risky. So they're trying to drain out Superboy. 4 plus 4 bullets left. Make that 5 plus 3. Hold on, 8 bullets on the shotgun. He does have an M4 though. Loki gets Izer. And Loki gets gunned back down by Honda. That's only Superboy. 4 Nexus Vanguards and PG took advantage of it with the numbers that they have. 4 points collected by PG. These are the points that they need to have a chance to be in the top 16.
Slow start for them in the beginning of the week, but now they're overwhelming other teams. And on top of that, it just happened by luck to be able to catch 2 members of NX fairly early before the other 2 could rotate over. Movement-wise was great here for Joji from his teammate, but getting overwhelmed is just something that they're not able to control. Regardless, as expected, a lot of teams had rotated all the way north, and this was very, very quick. Throughout the entirety of that fight, Austria had lost 1 member, some chip damage onto a majority of these teams as well. So, if anything, a lot of teams are just going in for those stray bullets, those stray fights as well, but never really full commits quite yet. Because again, since it's a long rotation, not many want to lose a lot of players early, and many just want to focus on being able to supply up for the next few stages of the game.
Well, if that's the case, then it's just too bad for Austria that they lost 1 player. But it's okay. 3 players were seen it before that they're able to still make it into top 4 or maybe even score a chicken dinner. So not all hope is lost yet. Same goes for AF. They lost 1 player as well. But their scenario is of course very different than Austria. They need a lot of points to be in the top 16 to have some hope to catch at least GG at this point. And Goa tapping away on 214, 214. Let's not forget, they are not 100% safe. They might be like 80% safe, but if something big comes out of maybe S69 or maybe in PG or maybe in OF, then they could be pushed out. So 214, they still need to keep alive this round.
Noting positions of every single player right now. Young Galacticos this time around opting for a slower rotation. They have parked themselves over toward El Pozo. I think they might be coming in and just holding on to the high grounds of Crater Fields if they want to over on the western side of the map. So a majority of the southern side is already open, which is going to benefit teams that are in these late rotations like OF, like Max, like AF as well.
Yeah, OF, AF, you need to find these points, but it's okay. There's still enough bodies. It's still very early into the game. And we're heading on to stage 2, 20 more seconds. Let's see how far will the circle pull away. Especially for PG, because last we saw them, they were all the way down there. But Bunny will go all the way down, back into the lobby. At a point, will be given to SG. Caps will collect it.
The area of northern side water treatment where TP2 and SGR, just so many teams there right now as well. Everyone just fighting either for the high ground terrain or even the bottom side where there are like a bunch of compounds that are open as well. So a four-way fight should eventually does break out. But Austria, despite losing one member early, they are going to find at least an answer back here. RNG gonna fall. 1 point in the bag, and Deje is going to fall to another team here. It feels like for RNG right now, they're just scattered around the map. They don't really have an idea about where to go since they are dwindling down in numbers already. Hard to reconvene.
And the one that took away the point is Ichi from Burmese Goals. So 2 points for them right now. Doing pretty well, Burmese Goals. They still have a chance to overtake Nexus Vanguards with the fact that Nexus Vanguards went out very, very early this round. Fong from AF finds a target from Team Max, knocking him down. Not securing the elimination point yet, but Mad Dog responds back to take escape. Fong gets needed out by ITRX. Okay, this fight is going to be important for AF. They cannot afford to lose this kind of fight. But now it's down to Parker to pull off a big clutch against Team Max.
Not going to be the easiest clutch either. It's 4v1 right now. Just like that, just one angle needed to be able to just knock him out of the game here. And AF finds themselves scratching their heads. What went wrong here? Because we can't seem to get any points at all in this crucial map for this week.
It's just too bad for AF. And AF, they're not playing the last round. So this is their final round. So with the points collected, unfortunately, we will not be seeing them in the Super Weekend. But for Sin, surely we will be seeing them in the Super Weekend now with this kind of performance that they're still putting up against another team. But this time it's going to be against Burmese Goals, okay? This is a fight of flex here. And we have Godspeed, now ran hit, and Godspeed will secure that point.
Not too sure what's going on, but I feel like in terms of firepower, in terms of speed, Burmese Goals has really kicked it up a notch compared to day 1 and number 2. Today, they came in guns blazing, just overcoming so many different teams, picking up so many fights here right now. Sin in trouble. Today is honestly a horrible day for them. Not getting a lot of points in the first few maps of the day. Points halted ever since they started off. Knocked down all the way to the 4th place from number 1 as well. Cannot seem to figure out an answer on how exactly to play this game, but they do still have some fight in them as Gale gonna try his best to strafe left, right, and center, and it does pay dividends. Gets a knockdown onto Master Ichi, but the rest of BG, they're unrelenting. One falls, the rest will just completely come back and fill up that empty space and overwhelm.
Well, still BG here. Now 6 elimination points for BG, and we're not even at stage 3 yet. Playing very well still. Now there are 3 players. But they have another chance to collect more points or maybe be eliminated depending how things go. Now that Austria Esports, they seem to have interest in the area where Burmese Goals is at. And with the circle shift, Austria Esports, they have a good reason to take over this compound from Goals.
BG with 3 members, 1 man down, but doesn't mean that they're out. They're still all very, very scary in terms of how they play their roles in terms of sharpshooting as well. And Austria deciding, okay, I don't think that we should take this fight. Instead, let's just hit the road and just rush into the circle itself right now. So for the time being, BG should be fairly safe. But my question is whether or not Austria can survive their next encounter against SG. No.
Well, looks like they are going to just avoid it. focusing on to getting into the best place possible in the circle. That is this high ground. Nobody's around this area, so they should be able to get here nice and safe. Now it's a matter of the one last play of Austria to follow up. Should be fine since they have created this route for him. It's a matter of time before they join back up together. I'm also looking at PG right now. Still in the blue, okay, but they should be fine. I'm sure they would have calculated the amount of healing utilities to be able to survive this blue. Now OF joins PG in the blue as well. These two teams, they have to make it happen. They still have the next round, whatever happens. But for GG, let's take note of this. This is the last round for GG before the day ends.
Might be able to pull off something impressive if they want to. Can get them another extra 10 points. Perhaps this game would be, I think, the best course of action to make sure that they can secure their place into the Super Weekend tomorrow.
Oh, okay. This is the fight that we want to see from OF. And now up against Team Max. They managed to get one knock. So the other player from OF, they didn't move away. But now the long range spray comes in from Spyro, not the Dragon. As Team Max, they're trying to get there now. We're going to try to defend this patrol station. But this patrol station is not in the circle. While OF has this high ground advantage against them. So if they exit here, OF can gain exit frags. And OF, they need those points.
Not the easiest either. If you take this fight against Max, you have to worry about BG waiting over on the south side of water treatment as well. There's so many things to worry about right now, but I guess it's just about one thing at a time. The blue zone chunks them, so in terms of time, they need to move and act so quickly. This long-range shots coming from you is just so lethal, taking quite a bit of damage to the member of OF over on the other side of the map there.
When they continue to try to scope down onto OF. But anyway, OF, they have this hill, so they can hide away from Team Max. But it's not only about hiding, they need those points. But it's okay. Focus on getting into the circle. Wow, the blue is chunking down the health of Team Max. And the blue will shift. How far will it be? It goes into the middle. Jungle Guy goes there together with a handful of teams. On the outside, Team Max still in the blue. But Shoronai, he does have the 3 first aids with a bunch of bandages, so he should be fine. Yu has 4 first aids as well, so they will be able to survive this stage.
Ice right smack dab into the middle of the circle here, where Yaga Galacticos has the outer area, I believe, of the water treatment, the compound, as well as the very, very low side of the terrain. Meanwhile, the other teams here, I think most likely for Goa, they want to try and take away this high ground held by TTQ. So it's gonna be massive if they're able to wrestle that part away. But for OF, BG, Max, even PBMS, they're gonna have to take the most annoying route into the circles. Number one, number two, fight their way through 2, 3, 4 different teams.
And by fighting their way through, well, that presents the opportunity to gain those elimination points, those precious elimination points. But now for OF, it's all about survivability, trying to get into the circle first. Because you don't want to spend time in the blue when it's stage number 5. It will be painful. As OF drives by, another team shooting at them, but they should be fine. He kept that distance enough. But for Pretzel, he didn't keep enough of a distance. He just got gunned down. Pretzel eliminated by Knock X from Austria. And BG takes out you from Team Max. Okay. Now BG, they want to collect more points for some reason. 7 elimination points now in the pocket of Burmese goals.
It's perfect for Goa, honestly. High ground to stop people from getting into that circle, but unfortunately for them, they're not getting any clips with their bullets. And OF should fairly be okay to get into the circle, but at the same time, you have Yago Galacticos hanging around close by, you have GG on the high ground as well. That road in between Yago Galacticos and GG could potentially become a valley of death for them if they aren't careful enough to do their due diligence and check on the top side of the hills.
Well, the one that is checked by other teams is Team Max. Eliminated at number 13, 3 elimination points. But overall, they will be fine. Pretty positive we'll see them again tomorrow in the Super Weekend. Raimon, gunned down perhaps from afar. Yes, it's Austria here on the high ground. He's crawling toward me. Should be able to be saved by Scotty. Monboy be able to buy enough time. It's actually around the ground, and Scotty will be there to hold his hand.
Resets coming through, and Austria doesn't seem to really want to fully commit to this fight. They don't want to go down the terrain, leaving them so open and vulnerable to so many different attacks from so many different angles as well. Remembering that this map has so many different angles and terrains to work with, which is why NangX is just making sure to check out the far areas outside the circle as well in case there is a sharpshooter hanging around somewhere. But because of that, it gives a lot of space for PBMS to not only reset, bring Monboy back into the game, but Scotty is taking a lot of damage just for crossing by left and right.
As long as he can heal up, he should be fine. So they'll be okay inside the compound. But we'll check on what's happening here with Burmese goals. Trying to stop SG from coming through. A part of SG, they are in the circle. Scoping down is going to be Godspeed, waiting for exit tracks because they know that the blue is the pressure onto SG anyway. And Burmese goals, they do have the high ground advantage. But now none of these teams have the circle advantage at all. It's shifted slightly towards the left side. But Burmese goals, they want to finish up the job first.
Every point matters for them. Every point is a dub. But all their vehicles now on fire as well as smoking. BGM, they want to go a little bit more aggressive, whatever means they need to take up that space, and they will. Master Ichi already very much there in the lead, while the other two members coming in from the other side. They want to go for a pincer here for the two members of SG. MM on the outer side, I'm not sure if they are aware there is one player on the outer side. They can go for the best flank of all time. Caps falls, Miner on the top side of the building. Gonna try and make it hell from above, as the other two will fall here. Not able to hold on. 10 eliminations already for Burmese goals. Doing what they do best here is just take each fight one by one.
They try to land that nade across. But it's going to be Miner. Oh, at the same time, the blue. Look at the blue chasing them down. Miner closer to the blue as compared to the members of Burmese goals. Unknown with the shotgun. Close quarters combat, but he's behind that wall. He will not be able to land a shot, but here comes the blue onto Miner. Miner has no choice but to move forward.
Oh,
MM's
no.
on the other side. Miner will be gunned down. Now it's only MM left, and MM gets unknown. One more to go. Can MM actually do it? One more, but no, says Godspeed. Still, it's Burmese goals winning it against SG.
Oh man, that was just down to the wire in that particular fight right now. And now, as the blue zone shifts, you can already tell that there's a lot of pressure coming through. People shooting at them as well. Godspeed cannot be picked up or saved. And he's trying to heal up in the blue zone. He does. Gets into a more tanky vehicle, so he should be able to just quickly make his way into the circle. But TTQ, they're not letting him go now without a fight here. His vehicle on fire, taking a lot of damage from the side as well. The only cover he has is this rock. But Austria as well has all their eyes onto the members of this team. On top of that as well, looking to find a way with another point there. Godspeed falls in his shroud to take away the last final moment. Eliminated already, 12 points in the bag, BG. They've already done the damage to so many different teams.
It's still 12 eliminations for BG. Though it will not make an impact overall, but hey, 12 eliminations is still a big flex there, considering that they went out at number 11. But for the other teams, now for Goa, time for them to prepare for the next step in the next stage of the circle, since they're playing by this edge. And there's so many teams in front of them, at least 4 different teams in front of Goa. They need to fight their way through for sure. PBMS gets eliminated at number 10. 1 elimination point taken, but that's fine. They still have enough points to make a showing tomorrow.
Honestly, out of all these teams right now, one of the teams that's just really so comfortable is Young Galacticos. They have a nice compound to play with. They have a bit of a terrain as well. And right beside them, south side is PG. Haven't moved an inch. They've been prioritizing getting the best real estate for the map for the last 2-3 maps as well. This shift in play has been great. It's been a lot faster when it comes to decision making and rotations as well here. So a different tune played in by PG. I'm kind of hoping that they would be able to make it at the top. Somehow surprises into the top 16. Maybe, I don't know, man. Call it a cope, but it's a cope that's very fun to think about.
Hey, as long as they're still in the game, there's still a cope. But the fact that GG is still in the game as well, that's just so annoying to the teams below them. OF, PG, and also S69 that's not playing this round. And the fact that GG has 2 eliminations already, they will be sweating for sure. But speaking of OF, now we have them on screen. And the next objective is to try to get into the circle first before thinking about GG. But here comes Goa.
Tried to reposition, but Rangy was just not ready for the initial onslaught here because on top of everything that's going on with Goa, Austria as well decides to join into this fight. This three-way fight not favoring anyone at all except for Austria, finding the right possible moment to dip their hand into the cookie jar. So Play is in trouble. He tries to go for that reset, but they also have to remember as well that TTQ was rushing into the circle. You gotta give it to Austria. Every single member is doing due diligence. Every single member is hyper aware of every single person rushing into the map as well. Anyone crossing them, they are gonna fall. A different look to this team, and it is looking so phenomenal because right now OF continues to fight, trying to take away this compound away from PG. They were so comfortable here for quite some time, and the numbers are now dwindling.
Oh, it's the two bottom teams now cancelling out each other. But let's see who will come out on top with Honda and his shotgun. Right in front of him, there's one player from OF. As Sizer will come in from the side to secure those elimination points. And looks like OF just got eliminated by PG. PG now holds 7 elimination points.
Every single fight that's been happening is just rotations and people trying to take away their compound and area. This very reactive style play is suiting them to a T. More passive approach, a more, I would say, wait and see approach. And they are just so adept at using this against other teams. But my question right now is, as the circle shifts, what are they going to do? Are they going to be a bit more aggressive and try to take away space from Young Galacticos? Or should they pivot to the right and go for the high ground terrain that GG is currently holding?
Wow. If only they know that's GG, they wouldn't want to cancel them out because the fact that GG is still in the game, that means it's still hard for even teams like PG or maybe S69 to overtake GG. Right now, GG, their main objective is to stay alive above them. And could not be only GG. Now we're also talking about 214 that could be caught up by either PG or maybe an S69. So 214 also has the objective of staying alive above the teams below them.
In terms of positioning, 214 is looking great. They have a high ground on the northern side. No one even close to them. Not even Yango Galacticos. So, fairly comfortable. A lot of space to work with as well. I don't anticipate them to be leaving that area anytime soon or going into a 4v4. If there is a 4v4 or any team fights happening, it's going to be on the southern side here. Austria, GG, PG, as well as what Yango Galacticos are going to be the main suspects for this four-way fight.
Oh man. Big one. Next, involving the four-way fight. Stage 7, coming in about 5 more seconds. All the teams currently in the circle, but it will definitely shift away from some of them. How far will it go? It goes to the middle. Austria, Young Radicals has the circle. And at the top, 214 will have an easy access. But the teams at the bottom, we have GG here. Together with PG, kind of next to each other. But at least GG, they have a compound to work with. They're not too far away from the circle. The biggest challenge here is for PG to stay alive this stage.
But it's hard. The circle has shifted away from PG. And if they go outside here, they're going to see a lot of pressure coming in for Yango Galacticos and GG. No cover to be seen in front of them. It's just wide open area.
Well, they have to make do with it. But how are they going to find that solution? Okay, hopefully they have enough smokes. That's going to be number one. And hopefully they still have an active vehicle. And they do. You can see that Lizzie is going towards where GG is at, but he's alone though. Oh no. He wanted to do the scouting work, but it actually was Cloud to get him down. And the point will be taken away by Romeo, not towards GG.
Any point denied away from GG is a breath of relief coming in from Honda as well as the rest of PG. Yango Galacticos happy to overwhelm here. A lot of long-range fights happening as well. But Boy Sean at least is gonna get one more point away from PG. So another point in the bag, another point to the lead ahead of this team. Our top 4 already here. One of the most healthy top 4s we've seen today. A 4v4 v 4v2.
And with PG eliminated, now GG is still in the game with a full squad. They are starting to collect more and more points the longer they stay alive because of the play zone points. And potentially even elimination points later. Anyway, Cloud gets one elimination point for himself, taking out Cram from 214. 214 at the north. Although they look like they're on the clear, they have the high ground, but it's going to be Young Radicals rushing at them. Now they have to defend their high ground against Young Radicals with the smoke that's still active, but it's all in right now for Young Radicals.
GG doesn't have a lot of space to work with either. They're forced to vacate the compound, maybe go down this terrain as well. And they're gonna force this fight against Ozja. They need some form of cover as well. And to do that, to take away this area, you have to take away this Ozja from this area as well. But Ozja, undeterred, not eating the bait, deciding to play inside of the compound. And on top of that as well, because GG is all the way outside in the open, 2-1-4 is in a prime position to be able to crunch them from the other end.
Ooh, shotgun down from the side. Thanks to 2-1-4 with the high ground. But he's back up again thanks to Boy Shot. The moment he shows up, Nuggets goes back down. But same goes for Shot as well. Renzo is in trouble. On the high ground, top. Secures another elimination point. Nevertheless, 2-1-4 eliminated right now. GG is still in the game. And now they're in top 3.
GG. Looking good right now. Overcoming Ozja. Can't be saved. Final man left standing. What can you do when you're overwhelmed? I guess you just stay hidden, stay safe until you're able to become the kingmaker between the big teams fighting.
Well, if GG is able to get the chicken dinner, they could lock in their slot into the Super Weekend. But before we talk about them locking the chicken dinner, Davan gets devoured by the blue. Yaku Galacticos, they're currently in the best position possible. They not only have 4 players, but there are 3 players on this high ground, 1 player on the other side as a support. Everyone from Yaku Galacticos looking at Ozja, looking at GG. Right now, GG, the best they could probably get is to take out top, claim their 1 point, and try to win against Yaku Galacticos. If somehow GG is able to do it, then they would be in a pole position, in a comfortable spot to be in the Super Weekend.
Say Cloud has slowly came closer with his teammates. Instead of playing a crunch from the opposite end of the map, they decided to play a pizza formation instead of 3-1. Top staying fairly quiet right now, and I think if anything, Top is just banking on the fact that GG has to take this fight against Young Galacticos. Young Galacticos with the high ground, with the compound, with the terrain as well. They have 2 players already rushing toward the middle side of the circle. A lot of control exerted by them. It's very, very dominant.
Well, here comes the zone. Let's see who will be the dominant one as the zone will start to close. Stage number 9, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale in this round. Young Galacticos with a full squad, they have the manpower advantage. And they managed to lock these teams by the corner. The zone will do its work at the same time. Young Galacticos will not want to let this points go. They want to have dominance against them with Smile from the side, knocking out Kaya. And Boyshaw now down on his knees. GG will be eliminated. Osha, only 1 player left. Young Galacticos searching for him. Now they know exactly where Top is at. But before that, Top still able to secure 1 elimination point, knocking outside the process. It's only Cloud and Romeo 1v2 against Top.
Top has done a lot of damage onto the members of Young Galacticos, but that one need to end it all. Young Galacticos, another chicken dinner, back to back. The dominance from Erangel all the way to Miramar. This is their playground.
This is their playground. 3 chicken dinners. It's no longer only about Erangel, but it's also about Miramar. Young Galacticos again and again and again and again. Represented, solidifying themselves number 1.
So phenomenal seeing this team prioritizing positioning, stealing away kills, waiting for the right time to just fully strike as a 4. Individually, they're brilliant, but honestly, Ozja as well, Top nearly stole away the show. If Young Galacticos was being able to be isolated for 1-by-1, I wouldn't be surprised to come up on top there because that was phenomenal. Regardless, Young Galacticos this time around looking a little bit more, I would say, less aggressive in terms of eliminations, but more about finding that right spot to hold. And they were one of the few teams to be able to be right smack dab in the middle of the circle, a high ground in their hands for quite a long amount of time.
And with that high ground advantage, they came down, they saw, they score the chicken dinner. This time, 8 eliminations, 18 points for Young Radicals. Definitely going to be sealing the deal at the top of the leaderboard. Young Radicals, the reigning champions of the PMCL, looking pretty good. Now, they have found their rhythm. Now, they have found their level of consistency. The next question for Young Radicals is that are they able to bring this consistency into the Super Weekend? Because that is so important to collect those points to be the grand finals. Nevertheless, again, Young Radicals as our highlight.
Match rankings are here right now with Austria running away with the top spot with 13 eliminations. I have to give it to them because they are one of the teams that had lost, I think, one member fairly early into the game, and they are making it work for them. Yango Galacticos only 1 point deficit with the chicken dinner and only 8 eliminations, which just really shows the story and trajectory of what they want to achieve this map.
Ooh, but GG scored 13 points this round. So the next round will be very interesting. And this is also the final round for GG. So now it's really down to the other teams at the bottom to be able to catch up to GG. But look at the overalls, of course. Right now it's Yahoo Radicals 184 points. They open up a 40-point gap. Nexus Vanguard. Surely, whatever happens after this in the next round, well, unless Vanguard they eliminate like half the lobby or more than half the lobby, Yahoo Radicals will remain at number 1.
It's not going to be the easiest either, but more interested in the top 16 here because right now TTQ has managed to breach at top 16 spot. PG, OF, S69 not looking likely to catch up as well because the gap is looking huge. 63 to 48 would be the score to look out for, at least for PG. So the top 4 right now, Austria, Yango Galacticos, GG and BG. GG, interesting enough, have managed to not only get eliminations, the 3rd place placement points, just launching themselves all the way from 16th place all the way up to 14.
And to do the math, 15 points right now between Time to Quick Esports and also S69. But again, my man, Smile, Yahoo Radicals, again the MVP this time. 3 eliminations, 462 damage, 302 damage taken. And of course, a maximum survival time of 28 minutes and 5 seconds. This guy has been in the scene for the longest time. Top performer for Genesis Esports and still able to put in a good performance, a great, amazing Yabba performance for Yahoo Radicals. Smile is still the man, the MVP this round. Yahoo Radicals, 3 chicken dinners in a row. Can they make it as a 4? We'll find out next, gentlemen. But before that, we'll take a short break.
Miramar is here, and it's gonna be the final Miramar played this week. Match 20 out of 20, the last chance for these teams that have not made it to the top 16 to secure their slot to the first super weekend of the PMCL summer.
Yes, and this will be the round, of course, and it involves A, B, C, and D. So Group E, Young Radicals will not be playing, so, well, no chance for a fifth chicken dinner in a row. That's fine. They're still going to be up there. D will not be playing. A, bad. They will not have enough points, and Goa will not be playing as well. So we're going to focus on the A, B, C, and D. So there's still a chance for S69 to make a breakthrough here, but they must overcome Time to Quick Esports. Let's see what happens in Miramar.
S69 to overcome TTQ is not an easy feat here. We're looking at 63 points versus 45. And you also have to overcome teams like PG, like OF as well. So there's still a lot to worry about in terms of how to chase in terms of points. Excuse me. Coming into this map here, map will be northern side of La Corberia all the way up to Puerto Paraiso. Map split in half, which means that every single team should be able to drop where they want to.
Well, going to be an okay flight path as compared to the one before. That was towards the southern side, and that forced a fight inside of Valademar. But this time it could be a little different. We're seeing a couple of teams dropping early. On north, there is SG overlapping with Time to Quick Esports. So they're quite spread out, so I don't expect them to kind of take that early fight with each other. But it will be interesting if they somehow do, because Time to Quick Esports right now they're at number 16. The gap between them and also the number 17 team is 15 points. So not all hope is lost yet for 17 onwards. There's still a chance for them to be able to climb up to number 16. But they must also hope that Time to Quick Esports don't gain as many points as they would have wanted.
Over at El Pozo, where S69 is dropping side by side with not too sure which team that was, but the circle with toward the right side of the map means that a great migration should be happening from there. But we're also seeing a fight happening from Ostja and also NX. We can see Joji with that first pickoff onto Fern X. Can be picked up, but Joji himself is just so low. Superboy is close by for the time being. And the rest of Ostja very, very scattered away from each other as well. Not going to be the easiest to play off one another, but Superboy runs out. But Nang X was very much ready. The sprays are just good here. Immediately knocking out two members super early. Gives so much dividends as well in crippling down the numbers and firepower brought in from NX here.
Oh, on the other side, Loki just got gunned down. So now it's WTZ. The only player from Nexus Vanguard that's still alive. Up against Ostja Esports. He's going to share the same building with Top. Top is, well, on top of this building. But on the elimination player, notice that PG, they lost one player and another player knocked. So if PG goes out here, that's it. But we're going to focus on the Nexus Vanguard. WTZ right now charged in by Ostja Esports. And they're going all in. They know there's only one player left. Anyway, he fights back. Match cap 1. But follow-up came in from Nang X. And that is Nexus Vanguard's eliminator. But we'll see tomorrow. But for PG, oh, Sizen now top left.
Pushing up forward there as Nero was very much waiting for them in open arms as well. PG cannot hold the last final member. I think he's just laying in wait quietly because Honda cannot be picked up for sure. So just gonna give that away from the rest. Now, for the previous fight that we watched earlier for Ostja, they came up on top, yeah, in the fight against initial fight against NX, but losing two very, very early is not the easiest way to go. SG as well, just clipping the wings for TTQ, losing Zuki, one of the most impactful players for that team as well. It's not going to make securing their top 16 spot the easiest as well in this final map of Miramar.
But it's definitely not going to be easy for PG, right? One player left. It's so difficult. But for OF and S69, okay, the gap between them and Time to Quick Esports is 18 points. The chicken dinner is almost pretty much mandatory with helping the amount of elimination points. At the same time, hoping for Time to Quick Esports to not gain any further points. So Time to Quick Esports, their strategy this round is just to try to stay alive. That's going to be the main strategy. But right now, 3 players still going to be okay. Let's see how long they'll be able to survive, because they will also need to look at the elimination feed. Now that Lazy Boy, at least he scores 1 for the team, putting a little bit of hope for PG to somehow come out with a miracle to be in the top 16.
Nero with that off angle. Been watching Lazy Boy for quite some time as well. So eager to keep them out of the game. Last man standing as well, a lot of hopes, dreams of his team to be able to just prolong their run onto this weekend. Regardless, looking at the map feed right now, La Bendita full in control of Sin. And on top of that as well, it's right smack dab in the middle of the circle. So for them, if the circle were to shift, they wouldn't have too much of a problem rotating around the area at all. Meanwhile, for the southern side here, Max, RNG already in the circle. A lot of teams coming in there as well toward the area of Los Leones.
Ooh, now Camp is caught in the middle of KHI, and he's alone. And KHI is all over him. I mean, 3v1 with the kind of position was almost impossible for him to survive that. And Caps take it out. SG 3 players. But don't worry about SG. Yeah, we'll still see them tomorrow anyway. KHI scoring that 1 point. It's a nice bonus.
SG is just quickly leaving the area of La Cabrera. They don't want to linger too long now after when they lost their teammates this early as well. You want to be able to survive keep as many bodies alive as possible. Granted, the fact that Gerald and Miner, 2 of the I think heavy hitters for the team at least for today, is still very much online. I can anticipate them going for quite a long run, at least maybe toward the top 5 if possible.
Ooh, but this fight will be defining here for PG. If Leezy goes out here, that's it. They're out of the top 16. 50% of health left for Leezy, and must pull off a clutch against the 2 members of GX. The Coca-Cola having a shotgun in hand, and they will go in, and Leezy gets eliminated. Unfortunately for Paradise Esports, they will be out of the Super Weekend. We'll be seeing them again next week.
Lucky for them. TTQ should be fairly happy with that outcome, honestly. Keeping them a little bit more safe, but don't count out OF and S69 out quite yet, excuse me. The rotations for the northern side, the Hacienda de Patron, is going to be very interesting, as well as San Martin, since we're seeing 3 teams potentially about to cross by each other there. TTQ here. I think they're just going to try and see whether or not there's going to be any teams crossing them.
Yeah, so TTQ, they're still going to play the safe approach, for sure. As long as they're able to survive above now, OF, and also S69, job done. So the challenge is for OF and S69 to catch up in terms of the points. That also means that they need to start collecting elimination points as early as possible, because we're talking about an 18-point difference as of now. Of course, we don't know. The tiebreaker would still favor Time to Quick Esports, I believe, because they have a better track record anyway. So you gotta score at least 19 points. Now, speaking about OF, we have them on screen, but one of the players gunned down. It's not out yet. Still, the fight will continue on with Spreadzel here for PBMS on the second floor.
PBMS, his teammates are rallying as well, slowly rotating toward them. He's bought a lot of space, and on top of that as well, we have Monbai on the outside, catching one of the members of OF out there in the open. But Baby Spicy, he's on fire, taking a lot of damage from it as well. Barely alive. The other members of PBMS, super adept and aware. So he is going to go down there to the fire. No points brought in from OF. That means the end of their run for this week as well. The last team to worry about in this situation for the top 16 is S69. So far out in the open. I think they're not even in the blue zone quite yet. I'm pretty sure they're not in the zone quite yet.
They should be soon. Okay, let's see. Okay, we get a good view now. And also the next shift for the circle, it goes towards Impala. Okay, S69, where are you?
Probably somewhere in the circle. Yeah, I think they're probably somewhere inside of the area that's not in the blue quite yet. It hasn't pushed toward them, so I think they're just taking their time here. They're known to play at the edges of the circle anyway.
Well, by playing on the edge of the circle, they have a chance of stopping other teams from coming in and picking up elimination points, and that's exactly what they need. 19 points must be the target for S69. But also depends on how many points will Time to Quick Esports collect this round. So far, no points for them yet. as they're making their way into the circle. And there are a couple of other teams actually heading the same direction. So this is going to be interesting on what might happen to Title Kick Esports.
Honestly, this is a very rough circle. It's a shift toward the right, and some of that half the circle is just straight up a body of water. And a lot of teams are already making a beeline for the mid side of the area. I think the majority of teams want to play on the terrain on the very end as well. So it keeps them a little bit more safe, but look how aggressive a lot of these teams are. Mad tries to wrestle away this compound from Sin, but Sin, they are definitely not having a great day today. They want to make sure that they can end at least the night on the high. And so they are going to be protecting this area, this space with their lives.
Wow. I guess Sin didn't expect that Mad Dog would have been in that warehouse. He just drove in and it's like, oh, there's one person there. Okay, we take him out. Okay, cool. Lucky enough for them that Mad Dog was alone. The rest of Team Max nowhere to be found, and that was an easy, fast cleanup for them. And the fact that they went in all together was a good move there. But now, speaking about the other members of Team Max, now we have them on screen. They're very close with Rangers. There's a high ground against them. Either Axe will be gunned down by Buddy from Title Kick Esports. And Buddy will secure that elimination point now. At 6-9, they need at least 19.
Max is just so scattered right now. They thought that they're going to be able to find that compound in their hands. Not happening because immediately Sin came around. They tried to pivot and find a different air to hold. Ran straight into the arms of TTQ here. The very least for the last two members of Max, they have a terrain to work with. There's a nice off angle. But for TTQ, you have RNG here as well, who's looking to overwhelm. A three-way, four-way fight. And I'm not surprised that this is happening because a lot of the time, since this area is just so good, you have a lot of coverage coming in, a body of water on the other end as well. If you wanna, I think, make a beeline and hide in the water, you can as well. So teams that are not being able to get any compounds over in Impala, this would be the next best choice. And a majority of teams agree, I guess.
Okay. Now that we have the live score up, I also want to point out the fact that it's no longer TTQ at number 16. Now it's 2-1-4, but the point still remains the same. At 6-9, they need to find 19 points at the very least. But 2-1-4, they have a full team. What are we going to see for the circle? Impala, my favorite circle in this map. Left is already in it. But now on screen, we have SG going up against the high ground where KHI is at. And as they tried to rush in, KHI had them taken out.
It's unlucky and unfortunate because SG had lost a lot of players very early as well. So when you don't have the amount of bodies to put in the firepower, you just can't answer back. But 2-1-4 this time, looking to refill that space left behind by SG. Looking to contest. Lion had a one-match break earlier, perhaps just to really reset his mental. It's looking good right now. For the rest of 2-1-4, I think fairly for the most of the day, been quite silent compared to the day last day number 1 and day number 2, taking a more passive approach today, and I think it's not bad for them.
But the one that's taking a passive approach this round is 2-1-4 because they know the objective. Stay above S69 for now. As long as they're able to do that, then they'll be fine. So they're coming a bit later into the circle. They're passing by another team, but the other team, KHI, lower ground, so they will not have a good visual onto 2-1-4 as long as they use this road. So it will be a straightforward access into the circle for now. S69, still nowhere to be found, but they will pop into PBMS.
Could potentially just try and choke them out here. Skadi on the top side of the area, but Kram is alone as well. Michi finally finding his way inside. The off angles held by Spritzel is honestly very terrifying because he's able to put in a lot of damage onto Kram, nearly taking him out, honestly. But like it or not, Skadi is still very much alone. His teammates can only provide so much support from that angle and that far away.
Oh, but speaking about an angle, Kree send an angle nade onto the third floor, but nobody's home. Skadi puts himself into the corner, trying to buy enough time for him to heal up, while Spritzel is on the other side. And he needs a little bit of backup. Kram shows up, but Skadi jumps down. Okay, so far so good for Skadi. Spritzel now will fire back, getting 2 out of 2-1-4. 2-1-4, now 2 active players left. They have to deal with Skadi, who's on the outside right now. Skadi sends a nade onto the top floor, but nobody's home. 2-1-4 is on the first floor instead.
No problem to get that reset either, because PBMS also in a position where they need to pick up their players. So a bit of a lull, a bit of a standoff for the time being. Silent gentleman's agreement until everyone is back in the game. And regardless of how it goes, you still have SG's player up in the top side. He can potentially steal away some kills. And on top of that as well, with BG over the downside in the area of northern side Impala inside of the compounds, they could just go out and overwhelm. They decide that they want to get more points in terms of eliminations.
Speaking about eliminations, S69, they have not scored a single elimination yet. Okay, trying to locate where they are. Where's S69? They're the key team here. Okay, maybe we'll check out that later because right now
I see them.
we're having Sin here in the fight against Rangers.
A lot of spray and firepower here coming in from S69 as well, spotting out NB over on the southern side. They just fight side by side from RNG. Because they do have the high ground, I believe that they can just rush up forward and maybe get pickups onto RNG if they decide to just slow them down. But they're also being very aware that Austria is right behind them alongside NB here, so there's also that as well. But RNG looking to contest in onto this warehouse just now. Fights are huge over on the southern side of the circle as well, as Austria and NB looking to gun down each other just to get that final small area on the southern side of the circle. Potentially going to contest it against S69.
11 with the Tommy gun. Now going in for 1v1, but backup is just right behind him. Now he shows himself, but he gets gunned down instead. Oh, they're not able to save him. Now Yahiko has to follow up quickly on the top. They're going with a pincer attack on the top, and top will be Yahiko. That is it. Austria Esports, see you guys again tomorrow. But I also want to point out the fact that S69, they scored their first elimination, while 214 has yet to score one. So S69, they're still trying to fight back. Let's see how many points they can get this time.
Still a big rift between S69 and as well as 214 here. Tall mountain to climb, and the amount of players still in the lobby is just not a lot anymore. 38 left. Need to be a bit more proactive if they want to make it into that super weekend. They have a 2-2 formation on the southern side, and NB has been crossing them for quite some time, and I don't see them actually actively trying to join into the third party to even steal away points.
Not yet. But mathematically, there's still enough bodies for S69. So it's maybe a matter of time. Let's also remember that there's also placement points to collect if they can make it in 8 onwards. So that's also crucial points for S69. But they need to combine the placement points and also the elimination points together in order to overcome 214. But the fact that also 214 is still in the game and they're somewhere in the middle of the circle last we checked. So it's going to be pretty difficult unless 214 somehow gets eliminated. Maybe a Scuffle in the middle. People want to take over their best spot. Then I would have a better chance. But for now, 214, they have a compound. We have them on screen in the circle. They're fine for the stage.
Honestly, as fine as it is, the circle shift is still going to be detrimental here. They are sandwiched between BG as well as PBMS, SG as well, still on the top side of the area. I'm pretty sure that for PBMS, they're hunting around for MM here. I would love to be able to see what's going on over on the northern side of the circle. No one's really making a move right now. Everyone's just waiting for that circle shift because it's just so hard to navigate this area of Impala. There's just too many terrains, too many high grounds, too many buildings as well.
And that's the fun part about Impala. There's so many layers to it. You can go all the way into the water, and you can go all the way to the high ground. You can have yourself in the compound. And that's what's fun about Impala. There's just so many elements here. Circle. And we'll see stage 5 soon. How far will it go?
Oh, God.
From the water, there's still like 40% water in this circle. Okay. 214, no circle. They have to move forward. If they get eliminated, there will be a good chance for S69.
So the players all the way on the top side here, as expected, will be forced to rotate, which means that getting out of the compounds, going out there in the open to the open roads as well. So who's able to hold on the most will be able to win. I wouldn't be surprised if PBMS could take advantage of this situation. They are, after all, closest to the circle. They have a lot of terrain to work with. And BG are just forced to go out there in the open, and because they have vehicles, I think they should be able to cross easily. They should be meeting up with GX over in the higher ground on the other end of the area as well, so that should be interesting, as Lil Yatka will get caught out very, very early. But at the very least, there is a trade from another player here. Unknown, he's been doing massive when it comes to these aggressive first contact plays. It's very, very decisive as well, as Nero should be the one going out next, and GX will be eliminated from that scuffle. So honestly, BG, you see a team, you shoot them, and you go down, I guess.
Well, with the points given away to teams like BG, that means lesser bodies for S69, but mathematically still possible. Now, 214, we did talk about them. Now the Blue is going to put pressure on the 214. They know that they still ideally need to survive for both S69. And the spray from PBMS will not make it easy for 214. And the spray by Presto from the other side. 214 now in trouble. 2 players now down on the ground. 214. Only 2 active players left on the other side. Time for them to survive. They have to lead their teammates.
Rushing forward here, and the rest of PBMS, I don't think they're too eager to push out to a 2-4 as well. All they want to do right now is just go a little bit more aggressive, push out into the circle. They did cross by MM, but I don't think he's been spotted out at all in terms of his location. Regardless, looking over at RNG here, forced to take this fight against S69 as they rush into the circle. Also NB here, 3-way fight is happening right now over the southern side. But the rest of RNG here staying fairly safe.
It's S69 here. Around the area where RNG is at. And Rangers is surrounding S69. 1 player currently down, that's going to be Snitch. Rangers, now they want to finish up the job. S69 now in trouble when they fight back. It's Dingy gets cut down, that's going to be Range. The IGL for Rangers. Maybe actually pull off a good one here against S69. Go fight back. S69, oh, okay. Labo is on the high ground still. So now Labo, down with the high ground. But eliminated by Range. Is it Labo? Who got him? XD, XY, who took out Labo. Too bad for X69. We will not see them again tomorrow. Looking forward to X69 bouncing back next week.
Let's see, this 3-way fight was very much anticipated. Just too many bodies, too many teams trying to cross into this choke area and also this terrain situation as well. S69, their positioning was just not ideal. Caught in that crater as well, cannot move. His teammate just not synchronized with them in terms of timing and rotation as well. And the same could be said about MM in trouble, the blue zone crushing him, and in front of him the full force of PBMS. And the worst part about the whole thing is that, yeah, he can play healing, he's running out of utility soon, and he's gonna try and deny the point at the very least. Maybe try and fight, I don't know, man. But in this situation, perhaps it's just a formality for him to just go out to the play zone.
Well, looks like as a fighter, he might want to take this fight. Still has the high ground against PBMS. One last first aid. Okay, time for him to move forward. MM shows himself. Spretzel sees him, and Spretzel still got down by MM, but MM not able to secure that elimination point, yet still, he's shown some fight, and that's a fighter in him to get that 1 knock. Whatever it is, we'll still see him again tomorrow.
Resource-wise, it's not gonna be easy for PBMS as well because the circle is pushing toward them. No space to move, have to move down the terrain. And on top of that, that damage put in by MM means that there's a lot of dwindle in terms of their resources, in terms of their armor, and is probably shredded as well. You see, Spretzel doesn't even have a vest.
Oh yeah, his vest is totally out. He only has his level 3 helmet. Okay, that means he will receive a little bit more damage, and the fact that now they have to track into the circle, they're creating this little bit of a smoke cover. I don't think they have vehicles, but at least they still have some level of high ground to play with. Okay, they're moving towards where Team Max is at on the lower ground. Team Max now in the circle as well as Team Max. Now they're trying to stop KHI from coming in. Choronai was the one to land the shot on the killer. But for Klur, he will take this very safe approach, launching himself into the water.
Could potentially just drop all the way to the bottom side of the water, move out the way. And I have to say that Max has been, despite the fact that they only have 1 player left standing, they're still very active moving on the map, showing their hand, being very participative in so many of these fights, trying to third party steal some points out of the way.
And more third-party fights might happen up north if we look at the current space of the circle. But because there's like multiple terrains, right? So it's not easy to get a good clear view, a good angle onto anyone. When Choronai, he tries to get Klur, but he doesn't have. He still thinks that somebody is in the smoke, but nobody's there. While Klur will dock himself, and hopefully he has enough healing utilities. Not too sure about that. Or maybe he does not have any. That's why he's not really focusing on the healing up right now. But in his current position, he'll be fine. For the teams up there, they can't see him at all. So it's just more about holding his position.
Hard to do anything here. At least both Max and KHI are much still in the game, still in the circle as well. A lot of space in between every single one of these teams, but if you poke your head out, you know you're gonna get, gunned down. Particularly looking at Sin right now, they're so comfortable. They have like a huge compound in their hands. Oh my god, what a shot coming in from Raimon. 3 eliminations eliminated already, which means that for KHI, this is massive. Gives them a lot of space to breathe and also go in for that reset if they want to.
Nice shot past the window with Scar L there. Well, now that the circle has shifted again, it seems like there's only one team in the circle now. For the other teams, time to get in. PBMS, they do have the high ground advantage. So as long as they keep to this high ground, they should be alright. And they can actually navigate through this high ground to get into the circle, so they should be fine. On the other side, we still have Title Quick Esports still alive. And also Sin here. But besides Sin, there's another team there. It's Title Quick Esports on the lower ground, so there's a big chance that these two teams will fight.
Honestly, TTQ's positioning is great. Right now, they have a terrain. It's somewhat toward the middle side of the circle. They have 2 crates by them as well. If they do decide to go in for the loot, just give them a little bit of an edge. Sikobe said about Sin forced to move out of the compound, so Sin should go toe-to-toe against NB. It depends on whether or not NB is able to put in a bit of damage, make it a little bit more, I would say, difficult for Sin to be able to rush out forward. Maybe Randy could go for a 1v1. But Cole will be the one to find that. Yeah, the first pickup there onto Ichi. It's massive. They have to be forced to go into the area, go for that pickup as well. Every time you get to go to that pickup, because there's a lot of pressure coming in from the bullet sprays as well, it's hard to really stay safe.
Oh, not at all, with so many crosshairs onto you. Gun down instead, so a bit of a revenge knock by those teams. And Burmese Ghost, they will be back up as a full squad, but they're not in the circle yet. The door decided to close again, and here comes Red Kid again onto Ichi, back down onto the ground, while Unknown gets taken out of the zone. Ichi eliminated by Red Kid. Red Kid trying to stop the other members of Burmese Ghost from coming in, but Burmese Ghost, one player at least, managed to get into the circle. Here comes NB onto Sin.
Sin can just take their time. They have a bit more time before the blue zone shifts, and on top of that, they have some walls, some broken walls and buildings to hide behind as well. Shouldn't be a problem to go and pick up each other as well.
But this should be an okay round for Sin, considering they still have the high ground against NB. Stage 8 is going to be upon us in about 3 more seconds. Sin also managing Godspeed from Burmese Ghost on the other side, but there's PBMS there anyway. And they're looking at PBMS as well. Whoever they see, whoever they shoot. And Spritzel behind that bush. Spritzel still has an elevation against Godspeed. Godspeed cooking up his nade. Spritzel probably doesn't know that. It's going to be a short nade here by Godspeed, but before he's able to toss that out, measure finish on Godspeed, but from afar it's going to be WSKX to have a counter against BBMS. But now the gunfire from NB is starting against Sin again. WKX goes down.
XKX still can be picked up right now. I think the other 2 members of Sin are just marking the position of where the final member of, at least the last 2 members of NB are heading into. Because NB right now, I think interesting enough for them, they are playing as a 2, kind of separated as well. And in this situation, my question is, how exactly are you going to play off each other? How exactly are you going to trade? But it doesn't matter when you have XZXY. Play a little bit more aggressive, immediately knocked back, and then the smoke will give him a bit of space to work with. But the reaction or answer back from Sin here is what's interesting. The smoke comes out, he goes to hide, immediately a molly to just flush him out. Forced out back in the open.
And here comes PBMS into the circle. They have not crossed the road yet. It's not going to be important for them right now as NB follow through. And here comes Sin with the high ground against PBMS. PBMS eliminated by Sin. But they're not out of it yet because here comes NB spraying from afar. NB wants to try to take out Sin. All of them fighting for space in the circle and top of this high ground. And one player, XDXY, gets taken out by Liquid. Tactic Esports. Through with the circle on the lower ground now, putting a lot of bullets onto the high ground, knocking them out one by one.
That rotation from Sin was a bit too late, and they have suffered so heavily for it from a full squad to only 1 member left. TTQ Very smart to be able to find this area on the side of the water. They've been holding on to this compound for quite, I think, a good, two stages already. A lot of advantages here. 3v1v1 Sin. No clue where they are in terms of positioning, but I think Bunny is marking him for the time being, cooking up that nade. That Crater should be able to provide that cradle to just really put in the damage onto Rankit, but they don't really want to get too overzealous. You don't want to be putting yourself in a situation where you allow yourself these isolated fights.
Oh, and Claire is still alive from KHI. Okay, but he has no space now. He has to talk to himself for sure. And maybe he's waiting for him, or maybe he knows he's in the water somewhere. With his M4, now with the hollow, spots him out, and that's gonna be Claire out. Maybe we'll collect that point. Now it's gonna be time to quick Esports against the final player from Sin. And that's gonna be Rankit. Rankit against the world, 1v3 now.
A lot of noise made. Nice terrain to hide and work around. Smokes as well to buy some time. But working together as a team here, TTQ rush forward. Gonna try and choke him from two different angles.
That's it.
Cannot hold, cannot win, cannot do anything, TTQ! Time to quit, they move so quickly. Ending the day with the chicken dinner, making them a little bit more solid going into the Super Weekend.
Well, before this round started, they were at number 16. They stood a risk of going out of the Super Weekend, but they show up with the chicken dinner tied to Quick Esports, representing the Myanmar region. Another chicken dinner for the Myanmar region. That's started by tied to Quick Esports. Surely with the chicken dinner, no doubt, we'll see them again in the Super Weekend.
Gonna be super exciting watching them as well. This team has a lot of potential, a lot of promise. And I have to say, instead of the late rotations and taking fights at the edges of the circle, it's a lot more decisive this time. They really flipped the switch, flipped the script on how exactly they usually navigate the map. First to the middle of the circle, first to hold the best area of the map as well. And especially in terms of everything, look at that. The amount of eliminations they had, yeah, 6, but is most importantly is all about their positioning. They knew that they had to solidify their lead. And the best way to secure those points is by making sure that they can get the chicken dinner, get those positional points.
Absolutely. And they clearly survived above all the bottom 4 teams. So getting themselves in the top 16, and not only that, they did it with style, with the chicken dinner, bringing back 6 eliminations together with it. 16 points collected, but the matter no more for Title Quick Esports. This is a flex. This is them with the red carpet into the Super Weekend. Let's check out the highlights from Time to Quick Esports.
Here we go. We're going to be looking at our match rankings now, where TTQ running away with not only the chicken dinner but also the top spot, but not far behind is going to be Sin. They had a rough day today, Sin. I think the start of the day all the way to the last map, it felt like they were halted in time, not able to catch up as other teams just raced behind them. And finally, at the end of the day, they made it. Now, over to the last few pages of the day, I think it's so interesting to see how 214 OF not able to get any points, and X as well, surprisingly.
Well, NX 2 points, but it doesn't matter because right now, the overall ranking, whoever's on page 1 will surely make a entry into the Super Weekend tomorrow. Of course, Young Radicals, number 1, with that amount of gap, nothing's going to stop them. Nothing's going to take away their number 1 spot. But too bad for PG, S69, OF, AF. They will not be seeing the Super Weekend, but we will still be seeing them in week number 2, and they must make it into that Super Weekend.
Yeah. And only 2 chances to get into that Super Weekend. So back to the drawing board. That weekend will be phenomenal. I think more important for them to really just figure out what went wrong. Regardless, TTQ, SID, PBMS, and KHI, I think that for TTQ, I mean, it's rare for us to be seeing them all the way up here. I mean, we did see, I think, 1 chicken dinner from them on day number 1. For them to be making it or ending the week with it again and going into that Super Weekend is almost very, I would say, a full circle for this team, at least for week 1 of PMCL. Regardless, the MVP will be Liquid, and honestly, at this point, I'm not surprised. He has been so phenomenal in taking up space, so phenomenal in making sure that his team has a lot of room to breathe. He's been in a lot of situations where his team is just so busy on the other end of the map or the other end of the building. He'll pop his head out somewhere, catching 2 or 3 players off guard in the midst of rotations, in the midst of those fights as well. So it's very important to remember that when you have a teammate like this who's able to make some impact quietly behind the scenes, this is the teammate that you are going to be relying on a lot when it comes to these massive team fights.
Well, massive for all these teams who have qualified for the Super Weekend. Feast your eyes on these. You will be seeing them again tomorrow and also on Sunday, where they will play Smash Rule for PMCL this season. It's going to be super interesting to see that Smash Rule. In case this is your first time for whatever reason watching it, I'm pretty sure you will enjoy the Smash Rule. So make sure you tune in to not only Saturday, but especially Sunday as well for that Smash Rule in PMCL.
I'm super excited for it as well. I mean, Smash Rule is a very interesting format. It's very frustrating for the team that's in the lead, but also, very exciting for teams that are currently behind. And I think the most important part is that the first Super Weekend that I managed to witness over on PMSL, it felt like everyone was watching at the venue. Everyone was cheering for the teams that were not in number 1, rooting and hoping for for all 8 maps to happen. So I wouldn't be surprised if the same were to happen this weekend as well.
Well, we're also rooting for our official sponsor this season. Thanks so much to Techno for being together with us at the PMCL. And that is powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350, the Camera 40 Premium 5G, which is this phone. It delivers seamless and efficient performance for both everyday tasks and also demanding gaming sessions. Plus, untapped AI flash snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photos just one tap. One tap, perfect snap by Techno.
Oh yeah. Anyways, for you guys that are watching, I think for this weekend it should be the same time as well if you are to catch all of the matches, and I'm super excited to see how exactly these teams would change up their style of play. And speaking of changing it up, if you want to change up your vehicles in the game, bring up some vintage style, if you are an enthusiast of cars, this is something that you want to add to your skin collection, at least for vehicle collection in PUBG Mobile. This is the PUBG Mobile X Shelby collaboration.
Yes, and do check this one out as well. PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan. The event is currently live inside the game. You can check out the Titans in the game itself. Actually, fight with the Titans, can you shoot them down? And if you happen to do any content, don't forget to hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag PUBG MX Attack on Titan, hashtag Attack on Titan, hashtag AOT, because we would love to see your content. That is all for the first 3 days of the PMCL, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow will be the first Super Weekend, the show that you do not want to miss. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Tash Bunny. We'll be signing off for tonight. We'll see you again in the future. Bye!
it's so good, baby. This good life, yeah, it's all mine. Ain't nobody gonna take today. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Do your thing. Do